Good evening wherever you're watching in Victoria, across the nation or indeed around the world, and welcome back to Darebin on what is a massive Friday of series futsal, and we start right towards the foot of the division. The early kickoff is one of pivotal importance in the relegation race. For Thornbury, everything hinges on this, you get the feeling. Moreland and Pascoe Vale to go. They can ill afford not to pick up maximum points tonight. The Lily Whites in desperate need of a win to ensure that they don't return to the championship at the first time of asking. They find themselves at the foot of the division for the first time since their promotion, and they take on a Hume side who had occupied that place all up until last week, where they thumped Aku 5-0 in order to get their survival bid well and truly up and running. They currently sit fifth, although only 2 points separate them and the automatic relegation position. I'm Ethan Rick, and I'm joined on the commentary tonight, as always, by Adam Palombi. Good evening, Adam.
Pleasure to be here yet again, Ethan. No place you'd rather be on a Friday night. The Darwin Community Sports Stadium, just off Plenty Road here. And considering the heat outside the court, it's transcended right upon the playing surface. Both sides in need of 3 points. Hume rejuvenated following a successful victory last time out against Melbourne Aku. And the man on broadcast side, the number 6, the Prince of Perth, Luke Ross, certainly looking to extend his fine form in the Black Army kit. For Thornbury, a lot to do, Ethan, and they're without one of their talisman tonight.
Charles Lavinia unavailable this evening, although they have made an interstate acquisition. So for the Lily Whites, there's still plenty of firepower. They were the victims of a Fitzroy mauling last time out. 12-3 to the Tigers as they continued their charge towards the top. Thornbury looked nervously over their shoulders all night, and eventually the result they wanted least was one which transpired, and it sees them in the predicament they find themselves in at the moment. As Ross drops it off for Temmel. Hume wanting to shift them around early. Cicek, Temmel. Lovely threaded return for Cicek, who went toe-to-toe with Powley. Powley did well just to shut the door on him. It is rather sweltering in Darabin. It's a furnace-like Friday inside this centre at the moment. When it gets a bit muggy, when it gets a bit moody outside, this place embodies more of a sauna than a futsal court. Interesting to see how everybody copes with that tonight. Hume wanting the brighter of the starts. They had a chance in the opening 5 seconds, and since then have not been able to carve anything out. It's Temmel. On for Luke Ross once more. Patient approach, Temmel. Shifted away from Sharbo, dropped it back off for Ross. Thought about a look from range, waited on the options. Clenaris. This time not beyond Sharbo, and Thornbury might have an opportunity. Sharbo had continued his run, Slingsby couldn't find him, and Clenaris could only find touch.
Uncertain was Clenaris. He stepped inside once he had possession and found himself pressed upon quickly. So well done from Thornbury to just unnerve the usual rock for Hume in Michael Clenaris.
Wood gave it a drive. Booked away for another side ball. Powley the recipient this time. And he whips his effort just over Murray's crossbar. Already you can feel the tension inside this building. Both teams know what 3 points would do. Hume know it would almost all but certainly consign the Lily Whites to another season in the Championship next year. And they've been in this sort of situation before, the Black Army. Perennial slow starters. Pick up steam around this time of the season, and they might be hitting form just at the right time.
Considering Fernando de Moraes and Nico Ignatiadis having influence from the touchline, accompanied by the signings they've made from interstate teams. It's well done how Colac has been able to try turn the tide. Of course, they had succumbed to relegation in Season 1 following a very intense playoff against the Northern Phoenix, but remained in the competition. And well, Ethan, you did mention their usual slow starts. They're looking to finish strong, and the cards they have right now might just play that of a side who remains in the competition.
Imran Turkman on the bench tonight, one of those. Wood went searching for Slingsby. He's quite able to find him. Dan Wayne in for Thornbury. Made the journey over from South Australia to hopefully bolster the Lily White survival look. Clenaris for Temmel. Cicek just wanting to draw Powley away from a pocket of space. Ross, Clenaris. Sharbo again stepped. Temmel. This time to Wood, hustling him. Temmel who took a nasty knock last week, threaded that into Cicek tidily. Ross galloped towards the back stick, and Pauli got the challenge in.
We say it time and time again with Huberty Cicek, but he just seems to always reinvent himself on and off the court. He's trying a step over there, UC7, so trying to implement some acceleration perhaps to his game as Ross finds Tamil, the captain, trying to conduct things early. Clenaris lunging to get the ball. Slingsby pressing firm. DeWood wasn't sure where to go, was pressed by a rampant UC7 who got overzealous with his approach. DeWood goes down. Thornbury with the foul. Wagner Marrero jostles onto the court for the first time tonight. You expect him, Ethan, to have quite the outing if those in white are to salvage any points.
He's been very important this season to the way that Thornbury have played. Brings a good energy, and that will be needed in abundance.
DeWood, ball bopped up as he went to strike it. Will settle for a side ball. Same position for Thornbury. DeWood wasn't really looking at the sticks and went for complete power and scuffed it. It's actually gone out for a side ball.
He was looking for Marrero at the back post, but he'd just gone too early on the run. If he'd held...
Tamil going down the middle. That's how Hume wants to play. Thornbury with Pauli not allowing that to be the case. No Cam Anderson on the bench either for Dharma Georgie. Jabo might have touched his hand. The official saying all natural position. Deep ball for Thornbury. Marrero. Pauli had to make up some ground to get to the ball that was a bit loose ahead of him. Tamil, lateral, Swade not watching. Perhaps a bit of a clumsy start from Hume. Thornbury. The side pressing right now. DeWood tried to go around Tamil. Another side ball generated. Jabo, DeWood. Well, I want to say, Ethan, the turnover on that occasion caused by the way Hume just settled behind the ball.
It was good structure from Hume that caused the mistake, and you can see the nervousness just start to set in for Thornbury sometimes when they have that sustained possession. It's a big thing that Hume implemented really well last week against Aku. It was that really solid defensive shape, but not just that. It was also knowing when to press and when they're able to catch their opponents out. That's what gave them the 5-0 win, and that's what will cause those mistakes tonight.
Clean sheet is a rare feat in futsal, and Murray was happy to add that to his locker. Swade and Cicek from the side ball. Exchange possession. Swade, Ross. Glimpsing forward. Cicek. Tamil moving with rhythm now, the Black Army. Ross invited to shoot. Central for Taya. Able to make a routine catch. Pauli instinctive with the fling for Marrero. That was well crafted by the United number 8. At the other end, they generate a side ball. Pauli onto his left. Just got enough on it for Georgie, the captain. Pauli. Cicek takes charge. Fernando de Moraes wanted a foul. Nothing doing. Georgie deep in his own half. Chipping. Marrero controls the ball. Pauli. Central. Lovely flick from Marrero, and Georgie has an opportunity. The best move of the game so far, and the captain, Ethan, had all the time in the world to decide whatever he wanted to do.
It's lovely. A really good move from Thornbury. The ball from Dan Wayne is a beauty to play Georgie in. His ball to the back stick is just inviting from Marrero. It has a little bit too much pace on it, but it's easily the best look that they've been able to generate so far. And they've had Hume under pressure, and we're now looking to respond in kind through Swade. Gets away from Georgie. Pauli was his next option. Tamil clipped it in for Cicek, who spun his way around Wayne and dragged his effort just wide.
And that's what I mean about Huberty Cicek right now. He's always reinventing himself.
And Swade picked it off as Ross did too. Returned it to Luke Ross. Fataya's throw was an errant one. Set it for Tamil, who didn't quite have a hit when maybe he should have. Georgie got the challenge in, Marrero gave him a hand. Georgie then gave it back to Temel. Swade was the option, Powley and Wayne throwing themselves at it. Temel, cheat check, and Swade couldn't turn it in. Hume just kept the move alive, and on this occasion, weren't able to find the finishing touch.
Frantic defending, but it's well done in the end from Thornbury. It was a sliding doors moment when Georgie had the chance to clear, although they just managed to keep the ball from anything damaging for Hume.
This time Swade does some damage. A sharp swivel and a devilish hit into the bottom corner.
Commentator's curse coming to affect Thornbury. And just as they were looking to defend in a frantic fashion, Hume, as decisive, incisive and powerful as you can get, and Hamza Swade was nifty to just swivel and get his shot away off the post and in. Fateo well beaten. It's the start of those in black wanted, and look who's entered the court, Ethan.
Kelshaw came on and immediately involved pressing Powley. Another player of great energy who will be needed tonight. Was very impressive in the cameos he's had. Was good last week. It's Temel. Turkman left it for Ross. He turned it down the line for Imran Turkman, who's got Georgie at his back. Marrero fancied a look as well. Ross got it and gave it to Kelshaw. Hume really have a spring in their step at the moment. Temel, Ross, not around Marrero, who got a foot in. The confidence is just oozing from this side right now. Opening goal giving them a lift. Lovely ball for Turkman, who flashed it across. Kelsall couldn't get a touch, but Powley took no risks.
Luke Ross is such a joy to watch. Deft touch to unlock a rampaging Turkman. He went right across the face of goal. It was inviting. The Black Army building.
Ross's turn to have a hit. Wasn't quite able to steer it troublingly. But again, Hume go on the high press. Powley for Georgie, and Kelsall cuts out the route. There is no way out for the Hounds at the moment. Wayne couldn't squeeze it through to Marrero. Took a couple of touches back to Murray. Temel. On for Turkman. Hume just taking some sting out of the situation. Luke Ross. Kelsall. Ross once more. Temel. Thornbury trying to hold firm. It's a lovely ball to find Kelsall, who couldn't get around Georgie. Ross retook it. Turkman had it nipped away from him. Wayne wanted to go on a drive. Took a tumble, wanted a free kick, but won't get one. Thornbury pushing. Have a side ball, searching for an equaliser on a night where every goal is worth its weight in gold. Powley, Georgie's drilled it! Marrero was arriving, and it was flashed too quickly for him, nor for Murray to do anything about it.
Kelshaw just rolling it short so Hume can get things started on their terms. He was flat-footed there, the number 11. Georgie stepped ahead of him to retrieve the ball and got a foul in the process. Powley to go as direct as you like. His shot ricocheting, gets possession back, has to do with Kelshaw. Powley still going somehow. Temel was all by himself defensively, and momentarily Thornbury had half an opportunity. Lee with an injection of pace off the bench. Georgie, reverse pass. Powley, bit of a heavy touch, not cleared. As Wayne's shot goes wide.
It's been a better response from Thornbury. The energy that Lee's brought in, Powley's looked good as well. And if they just keep this going, you might start to see a couple errors.
Lovely change of pace from Turkman. Stings the palms of Fataya. Sharp. Great bit of footwork from Turkman to just skip beyond Georgie. might have had more time than he bargained for upon taking the shot. He works it back for Temmel. Turkman just lingering forward. Kelshaw, pedestrian. The ball is moving very quick in here tonight, Ethan, it must be said. As a rolling foul was awarded to Thornbury. The speed of the ball, just gliding effortlessly along the court.
And you can feel the intensity of this game really through that. The ball is travelling at such a rate. Both of these teams looking to play fluid futsal at a fast pace to catch the other out. And that's why you're seeing it. But it also leads those little errors, like Kelshaw there, where he took a loose touch.
DeWood, wasn't sure where to go. Lauretta on court now. Kelshaw draws out two Thornbury players nicely. Temmel into some space. Lee backtracking. Temmel finds the back of the net, the captain. And Hume find a second.
And it's marvellous from Mohamed Temmel. The room just opens up for him. The ball from Kelshaw to find him is brilliant. The way that he draws the press and then splits it, takes them out of the game. It opens up that space for Temmel, who's invited to go on his left foot. It's a ferocious hit beyond Fatea, and there's nothing he can do. Superb. Absolutely superb from Mo Temmel, and it really rounds out a strong start for Hume.
Thornbury having to perhaps tuck in, but they're still looking to open their account. Perhaps just ruin this Hume momentum. Lauretta. Temmel. In recent weeks, Ethan has really pressed higher up the court to try and attain possession. Powley takes it down brilliantly. Had to test Murray, but that is more like it. And Dama Georgie realises her side are on the brink of perhaps further punishment inflicted by the side leading by 2-0, that of Hume. Thornbury timeout as we cross to our first break of the evening. Thornbury have the corner. Lee rolls it. Powley strikes it. Murray saw it late and had to react as quick as he could.
Good couple moments for Murray up against Powley. Two really critical saves.
It's a drilling ball in from DeWood. It was too hot for Lee to handle. DeWood flicking, wanting a lot of Lauretta. Ball scooting out of play.
Those might be two massive moments from Gab Murray. Thornbury just having their momentum stalled. And Cicek went early. Stung the palms of Fatea, who had to concede a corner.
You can sense that Cicek, he's still got the size, but he's a lot quicker. He's a lot more nimble. Perhaps on the shred at the moment, UC7. And it's been showcased in his futsal.
Will be Hume's number 7 to take the corner. Clanaris darted at the near post. Completely unmarked. Thornbury all at sea from the Hume set piece. Fatea looks to fling long. Lauretta nearly got himself round the outside of Clanaris, but wasn't able to take it down.
That was nice from Fatea. Very inviting for Lauretta. Caused a bit of a headache defensively for Hume, but they managed to sort out the situation.
Ross on for Cicek, who had an errant touch. Recovered in time. Kelso lost out to DeWood. Powley in retreat. DeWood. Lee lofted for Powley. He tried to place it for Lauretta. Cicek clipped it over, looking for Kelso. Powley nodded it on. DeWood, who got it from Lee. Happy to calm things down. Powley once again. To Wood. Shifting left and right. It's a lovely ball on the switch for Lee. Loretta might have dropped. Lee went to thread and Murray flung a leg out at the expense of a corner.
Another great passage from Thornbury. Dawood spearheading the campaign. Lee involved. He was very technical with his touches as he draws a corner.
Lee's take. Loretta darts to Wood. Worked a yard for himself. Tried to shift around Cicek. Went back for Lee. And they'll do it all over again. Ross in the right place to make the block.
Up in the ante. The Lily Whites, they want something on the scoreboard quickly.
Lee's take. Powley drilled it! Murray flung a leg and didn't connect. And DeWood was wrong-sighted. Had his back to it. If he was able to turn, he might have just got a telling touch. Perhaps a sliding doors moment for the Lily Whites. As Cicek wanted to thread it for Ross. It wasn't there for him, but the number 6 appreciates the idea.
And you feel as if Thornbury, if they are to find effort for, or reward for effort, rather, it'll really put a spring in their step.
And Clanaris has a spring in his as he went on the charge. And it took a touch off of DeWood on its way, and it will be a corner.
Although now defending this corner from Hume, if those in white can just find something at the other end, almost tip them to get back into this game on the scoreboard.
Oh well, found Cicek who had a hit. And that one, a bit of a sighter for UC7. Powley, it's a lovely ball to find Bruce, who had Loretta advancing. Waited on Powley once again. Wanted to fizz it for the Woods. Murray did terrifically to prevent a corner. Very direct styles of futsal, both of these sides. Thornbury understanding the onus is on them not to pull any punches. DeWood in for Powley, who's away from a while, tried to fizz it across. Clanaris read it, Powley hit the floor. Cicek's leading the break with Ross, who's got Bruce in retreat of him. Gave it back to Cicek, and Fatea had to fling himself across to make the save. Again it opened up from similar range that Temmel scored the second.
Thornbury vocal, they wanted a foul a while, just getting a bit aggressive when charging forward, but nothing doing, said those in yellow.
Ross gliding, finding a while. Couldn't go around Bruce, and DeWood cut out the return option.
He's got the promise, Abdullahi Awal, being a streets won't forget futsal player. The way he approaches things, lots of flair. We've seen what he's done on a Sunday in youth competition. Excited to see what he can provide now on the senior side. Cicek chipping with a header, nobody home. Fatea's been called upon a couple of times and has had to just handle some delicate situations. Marrero, DeWood. Back to Wagner Marrero. A while shutting the passing lane.
And Hume's high press has been one of the big difference makers. They just haven't allowed Thornbury to get out, and it's resulting in Fatea going longer more often than he is going short. And although Bruce is a good enough target to have in that role, it's a lower risk play because Ross and Clanaris are happy to drop deeper and make it a 2-on-1.
2/3 of the way through the first half. The Black Army with a 2-goal lead. Swade and Temmel on the score sheet. Ross has been influential. Cicek for Swade. A while was arriving. It was the right idea from the goal scorer Hamza Swade. It was very inviting across the face of goal, and Thornbury weren't far away from perhaps conceding a third.
It's teasing from Swade, and it's just in the right place, that corridor of uncertainty where Fatea can't come and claim it, and it invites Awal to attack that space. He's just not able to get a touch because the ball is travelling at such speed.
The official just getting his messaging across to Abdullahi Awal, who's not afraid to use some physicality. Bruce, much of the same with Swade. Cicek up and over with the clearance. Lovely take from Awal. Didn't get the rub of the asphalt. Cicek! Testing for Fatea again. And Moy right now is passing with flying colours. He's had a lot to do.
He's been busy, and Hume are really swarming Thornbury at the moment. They cannot get out when they go to play. Brewster's been beaten by Swade in that hold-up battle. Ross is the extra one deeper just in case. So at the moment, Hume are almost having free reign through the centre of court.
Cicek for Ross. Central, Cicek receiving. A while out wide. Swade stepping inside. Hamza Swade. Jabo in the way. Slingsby not able to get onto the ball. A while. Drifting Marrero. Cicek comes across. Side ball Thornbury.
Jabo restarts. Slingsby went searching for Marrero. Cicek won that battle. Played it into a while. He just wasn't able to hold it up as well as he has done so far this evening. Marrero again goes searching for Bruce Long, but to no avail. And that kind of start for Thornbury so far. Swade coming the other way. Away from Bruce on the switch for Cicek. Hume happy to take their time. Ross, Swade. Tried the return, Marrero. Got a touch on it, Swade hustled him, and Jabo had to clear his lines.
Inviting pressure upon himself as Wagner Marrero had the opportunity for the ball to just roll out of play, but wanted to keep it alive and, well, play with fire.
Cicek. This time on for Ross once again. Swade. Oh wow, wanting it in that channel. Just peeled a yard on Slingsby. Swade didn't fancy it. Cicek. Ross. Lovely 1-2. Cicek's all on his own. Went to Fatea's near post. And although gave it a rattle, couldn't quite find it.
His eyes had lit up. Udi Cicek, he sensed the opportunity. His first touch just dragged the ball a bit wide, which didn't really give him ample opportunity to wrap his foot around it completely. Still got genuine power, just not the placement required.
Marrero's effort takes a touch, and despite Murray's efforts, Thornbury will keep it. A lovely fling from Fatea to get that move going as well. Powley wants it, Slingsby finds him. Marrero, he's got a while to go at. In for Slingsby, but Cicek came across. Thornbury searching, trying to turn the screw. Slingsby spinning around Ross.
Ooh.
And whipped his effort wide as Jabo was hurtling towards goal and towards Murray.
They love trying to find the back post. Thornbury, they really want runners there, and Jabo wasn't too far away. It's been many times tonight in their approach. It's always to just test that area and fly balls in. As they continue to try and mount a comeback, they'll need something tangible upon each move, and they're inviting at the back post, Ethan. They just need someone to spring quicker, a spring in their step quicker to be there to finish.
Murray went long, a while, whose touch was a bit errant. Took a deflection off Powley as well in the process. Murray restarts, on for Luke Ross. Now Temmel, who's just been reinstated. Hume have controlled this half very well, and that's a brilliant return for Temmel. Got away from Jabo. On the switch for Ross once more, a while peeled. Temmel goes with Jabo again, this time loses out. Slingsby wants to charge the other way and was fouled in transition by Mo Temmel.
Well, Slingsby, the recipient, he was certainly happy to receive the foul. And now he's behind the dead ball. Just under 4 minutes left in this first half. Powley. Marrero lingering a while, wanting to infiltrate. Asked a lot of himself as he has the ball roll out of play upon a potential counter charge. Powley. Slingsby. Flicking ball. Powley out of real estate.
And one thing that makes Howell such a threat, every time he gets the ball, he's looking to turn and go. He wants to play forward all the time. On that occasion, it doesn't quite come off for him because his touch is too heavy, but outside of that, he's got a positive intent, and that's something that Thornbury will not want to see.
Murray came out to be an option. Jostles back to his goal. Ross. Temmel. Another lively starter for Hume in this one. Turkman very central. It's a nice run from the number 8 inside the D. A while back to Turkman. Recycled with Ross. Temmel. Turkman. Back to Mo Temmel. The Black Army looking to be methodical. Powley trying to defend Turkman. It's a lovely diag ball to find Temmel on the opposite flank. Ross. Sharbo pressing high. Slingsby had half an opportunity. They work it backwards, Hume. Temmel. Back to Ross. Turkman. Lots of movement and pace in the ball for Hume. A while spinning. Fernando de Moraes just encouraging his players to keep the ball. It's exactly what they're doing right now. Temmel. Ross. Had pace in the pass, but Powley read it best. Thornbury back in possession. Powley. Marrero. It's going one way, Jabo the other. Ross sliding to cut out the pass.
And that right there is the blueprint for what Hume have wanted to do under Fernando de Moraes. That patient, possession-based futsal. And it was terrific. The way that they were able to shuffle Thornbury around, create openings for Turkman. Owal was a nuisance. It was wonderfully worked.
Powley can find space. Marrero. You can almost sense, as soon as he touched the ball, Marrero, he wasn't sure where to go with it.
And it's been that kind of half for Thornbury. Hume have been excellent in the way that they've pressed. They've made sure that every pass that the Lily Whites have had to play has not been an easy one.
Turkman. This movement, it's been a real thing of prominence for the Black Army. Temmel wasn't sure where to go, and Powley has an opportunity. Murray had to react, and that came from nowhere.
What a look. What a look for Powley and for Thornbury to get themselves right back into this game. It would have been a gift, but Gab Murray bailed Hume out. Corner was fizzed across. Just didn't get a touch from Georgie that it needed. Hume wanting to hold firm. They're looking to see this half out rather than add a third. You get the feeling. The Hounds are pushing. See if they can find the final bark of the first half. Sharbo. On for Powley. Slingsby, hustled by Ross. Powley wanted to clip for Jarbo. Cicek got up and nodded it out. Timeout slip in hand. Nico Ignatiadis. Slingsby wanted to go at Ross. Georgie with a tidy return. Slingsby couldn't turn Temmel and then gave him a tug for good measure. And Mo Temmel wasn't best pleased about that.
Takes a fair bit to displease Mo Temmel. Well, considering Slingsby's outdoor acumen, or playing style rather, Ethan. The slide, certainly something you'd find perhaps at State League 4 for Watsonia. On the court, not deemed illegal, and Temmel was not pleased at all.
Still voicing his frustrations, the Hume skipper. As Ross takes the free kick, he won. Cicek on for Kelsall, who got around Powley and fisted across the face. No one was waiting, and it took a Thornbury touch, and Hume were able to keep it. Final knockings of the first half. A third would really throw a spanner in the works of Thornbury's survival plan. Ross, face to face with Jarbo, shifted it for Kelsall, who nearly worked a yard for himself. Temmel, switch for Cicek. Luke Ross tried to work a yard, and Fatea had to fly across to make the save. And now they want timeout. Nico Ignatiadis quickly across, and Hume will issue one right on the stroke of the break. As we go to timeout, not far from half time. It's Thornbury 0, Hume 2. We return from timeout for the final time before half-time. All at the moment is going to plan for Hume. Thornbury searching, praying for a way back into this game. At the moment, the concession of a third could prove critical. However, Powley's on the break. Around Ross, it took a deflection. And from one Hume side ball to the other, Thornbury have a corner and are quick to take it. Georgie was screaming for it. Powley went back for Wayne, who just forced Murray to keep an eye on it. Wasn't a million miles away from forcing the Queenslander into a save. It's Temmel. Restarts things for Hume, who are taking their time. Went with Loft for Cicek, who had spun his way around, but it found the arms of Fatea, who went flinging for Sharbo. He couldn't steer it for Georgie. Temmel with a delightful slide, and now Ross is on the break. Cicek up with him. Wanted the return, and Powley cut it out well. Wayne now wants to drive. Georgie had Sharbo on the switch and instead had to calm it down. And Powley will not be able to get a move going before the break. And as we head to half-time, Hume will be the happier of the two. On a night where Thornbury must win, they find themselves a double down and are in need of something special if they are to steer themselves away from the relegation mire. Half-time in Darebin. It's Thornbury 0, Hume 2. Sway does some damage. A sharp swivel. Goal giving them a hit. Lovely ball for Turkman, who bashed it across.
Across the face of goal, it was inviting. Like Andy Building.
Going to have a hit.
Lovely change of pace from Turkman. Whitman sticks the punter for Claire. Elshaw draws out two different players nicely. Temmel into some space, lead backtracking. Temmel! Finds nicely. Temmel into some space, lead backtracking. Temmel! Finds the back of the net, the captain. St. Luke's was really pressed higher up the court to try to take possession. Paolini takes down brilliantly. Had to test Murray. Thornbury have the corner. Lee rolls it. Paolini strikes it. Murray saw it late.
Those might be two massive moments from Gav Murray. Thornbury just having the momentum stalled. Cicek went early. Stole the palms and was ready. Paolini hit the floor. Cicek's leading the break with Ross, who's got Bruce in retreat of him. Gave it back to Cicek, and Fatea had to fling it. Slingsby didn't fancy it. Cicek, Ross, lovely 1-2. Cicek's all on his own. Went to Fatea's near post, and although Thornbury searching, trying to turn the screw. Slingsby spinning around Ross.
Ooh.
And whipped his effort wide, and then gave him a tug for good measure. Temmel wasn't best pleased about that. Mr. Cicek, Luke Ross. Work a yard, and Fatea had to fly across to make the save. And now they want timeout. We return from half-time, and this perhaps the most important 20 minutes in Thornbury's season, and it hasn't started as they would have hoped. Cicek, from an errant Slingsby touch, is applying pressure. Fatea had to hammer it away. Perhaps the most important passage of their campaign. It all rests on the next 20, and Luke Ross wanted to inflict some early pain and has rolled his effort wide of the far post. Almost a dream start for Hume, who had had two looks within a second half minute. Fatea flung it for Temmel, who cut it out well and is on the drive. Mo Temmel away from Georgie. Kelshaw was up with him, shifted beyond to Wood and Lee. Lovely hold-up play from Temmel. Ross on for Cicek. Luke Ross once more. Went with Loft, and Wayne rattled it into the roof. Hume have started at breakneck speed. In a half where Thornbury need a treble to turn this game on its head and to turn their season on its head at the moment. Not quite the start they would have hoped. Hume pressing hard, Hume pressing early. Trying to find a third which could prove terminal. Cicek side ball, Kelshaw left it. All the way out for Temmel. Ross just peeled away. Here is Luke Ross. Cicek wants to work a yard. Ross fancied a hit and whipped it wide of Fatea's net.
Too much time and space for Ross. Having a lot of license to do what he likes. And the boss wasn't too far away. He's had a couple of glimpses where he's been unopposed and taken them on.
Fatea went route one. Georgie's nod. Invited two in Hume to surge, and Wayne had to make the intervention. They have been under immense pressure since the restart of the Hounds. Murray's going on an adventure and is found by Ross. Murray fancied it, Fatea nearly caught, now he's got a look, and it would have taken something spectacular as Murray had got home just in the nick of time.
Has speed, the goalkeeper, scrambled back quickly. Fatea had to go around Cicek. He wasn't far off from the vacant net.
Lovely ball from Temmel. Kelshaw on for Ross, and again Wayne in the right place to whack it away. Hume really wanting to start hot, as they did in the first half. Ross's side ball, Cicek again, who's pinned Wayne. Rolled it on for Ross, and DeWood got a dive in, just in the nick of time.
In front of his bench. They're feeling the pressure in this one. Thornbury, ball's in the wrong end.
Cicek for Ross, and again DeWood in the way. Wayne wanting more of the same. Cicek, Ross, around the woods, in for Kelsall, whose return for Ross wasn't one which found fruition. Hume wanted a free kick momentarily. Fatea's now looked long. He wanted Lee, and Temel got the last touch. Quickly taken for Wayne, and they will do it all over again. Thornbury searching. Wayne, Georgie gave it a hit, but it was always high and always travelling.
Cicek controls it nicely. Gets around a couple. Cicek has Kelshaw. Temel flirting with the idea of going left and right. Cicek off the swivel. It's looping as it goes over the crossbar.
It's sharp from Cicek. It's a little snapshot for him, but it's the kind that you can catch Fatea out with because he's not quite set, thinking it might just trickle out of play. It's a good movement as well to get himself in that position, and it allows him to take that strike on, even when Thornbury thought they closed the door.
Temel. Luke Ross. Lovely touch from Temel. Georgie there in company. DeWood did not want to concede a corner. We'll go for a side ball instead. Hume on the climb. Thornbury really absorbing the pressure. Still a 2-goal lead for the Black Army. Next goal, you'd think, Ethan, safe assumption, pivotal in this match's complexion. And right now it's leaning towards the way of the Black Army, but that one's gone back to Perth from Ross.
It's a good start for Hume as well, and they know that. They know the importance of the next goal. Thornbury are a team who play on emotion a lot of the time, and momentum's a powerful thing for them. Hume know if they can stop that at the source, they can kill this game early.
That's Lee. The ref saying to Lee to get up. Intriguing. Firm message from the official on broadcast wing. Temel. Cicek. Wayne. Trying to hold off UC7, who's been rampant tonight. Temel to restart. Let's have a glimpse at our second match of round 12. It's Melbourne Aku up against the champions of the Moreland Blues. A returning Atta Ibrahim in the building. It's had a busy couple of weeks. Cicek steers it. Ross tried the 1-2. Corner again for Hume. Cicek scuffed it, but still tested Fatea. It was bobbling devilishly.
It's a good save from Fatea down low because he does well not to parry it into danger. He pushes it wide and out for a side ball. It's an awkward one for him as well. It bobbles just as it reaches him, so he has to readjust.
Another side ball for Hume. Cicek to take. Swade lurking. Temel wasn't looking at it completely. Goes back to Murray. Cicek, Georgie. Backing into UC7. Ross. Cicek and Georgie coming together. Swade. Back for Ross. Temel. Hume really looking for their third. Wayne gets the block. Ross had the shot. Lauretta on court. Hasn't been utilised completely yet, the number 6 for Thornbury, but has some more match minutes now. Ross gets his shot away. Fatea again. This time with his foot makes the save.
Another delightful stop from Fatea, but Hume are really surging at the moment. Thornbury cannot find a way out. Ross to continue and set the next wave of what has been a Hume tsunami so far. Temmel. Lovely return for Ross, who worked a yard on Georgie. Turned to his captain. Threaded it for Cicek, who's turned on the swivel. And Wayne took the sting out of it for Fatea. Georgie. Time already of the essence for Thornbury. Wood kept it alive and then lost out to Temmel, who had Cicek up with him. Temmel kept it rolling. Around Wayne as well, who gave him a tug. And will find himself in the book for that pullback. Kept it alive and then lost out to
Wayne
Temmel,
just had
who
to
had
apologise
Cicek up
pretty
with
much
him.
to the captain straight away. A rock in a hard place. And just before Temmel was firmly inside the box, it was brought down by Wayne, who's just pointed his head, Ethan, to say, well, that was part of the plan. Tight angle for Hume to work with, but Fatea getting his players all in positional order. Another genuine scoring opportunity for the side already with a 2-goal lead.
Searching for a treble. Could Wayne's tactical foul now be one of punishment? Temmel stake. Sweet Spield! And he stole in, and Fatea had to make a fine save. Just worked a yard all on his own. Fatea reacted quicker than anyone, and he had to do. Otherwise, it would have found its way through. Temmel's corner. Ross. Dropped it off for Swade. Temmel. Cicek again peeling. Ross. Temmel. Oh, it's a smashing ball to find Luke Ross. And Wood got an all-important intervention this time.
Can't stop Wood. His work rate for Thornbury really second to none. Never giving up. He showcased there. It's part of his character.
Another in a succession of Hume corners. Cicek with loft. Temmel on the volley. It took a bobble. Found its way to Swade through it. Recycled it for Temmel. Hume searching. Ross. Face to face with Loretta. Touched it on for Temmel. Goes 1-2, was too far ahead. Thornbury perhaps just looking for a stop to take the sting. And they can ill afford something errant.
Ball was rolling. It's Loretta went to take it. It's a real cheap giveaway of possession.
Temmel to try and hurt them from it. And Fatea got a good sight of it. Sprawled himself low and flung it for Wood, who was nearly out on his own. Didn't have the dip he would have desired. But that is the space in behind that's presented itself. Ross on for Temmel. Threaded it. Looking for a while. Whose touch evaded him. Powley. On for Wayne, whose touch was loose. Awal with Fatea going, not getting there. Awal forced back by Wood. They just about get themselves out of jail for the time being. Ross wants to keep the move alive. Swade. Back for Luke Ross. It's a delightful return from Swade. Awal is going centrally, and Wood again is there to intervene.
Shades of N'Golo Kante at Chelsea. I'm Wood right now. He's all over that of Hume, chasing every ball, not giving up. A relentless engine. It's just keeping Thornbury in the nick of this contest. They're holding defensively for the meantime. As Loretta and Hamza Swade have a coming together. Loretta calling for peace. And Hamza Swade and Loretta have gone into the book.
Referee just laying it down for them both. They've got to be on their best behaviour until the close. It didn't seem too untoward, the coming together. No malice, but a simple clash.
The ball resides with Fatea. 1/3 of this second half played, no goals to speak of yet. If you're just joining us, it was Hamza Swade and Mo Temel to open Hume's account tonight. Murray hasn't really been tested. Fatea at the other end, being a busy customer. Temel started in 5th gear. A while, shifting. Pauli intervening, Lauretta flicking. To Woods. Pauli nipping at the heels was Temel, who concedes a foul.
Just a little bit overzealous there, Mo Temel. Pauli did well to shield the ball and protect the space. Thornbury at the moment are just trying to get stops, slow the game down and take the sting out of it.
Great touch from Lauretta. The ball was lofted towards him. Wayne, Pauli. Hume closing any potential central passing lane. Lauretta. Pauli. Pushes Ross off the ball. Lauretta keeps it going. Here is Lauretta. Had to go quickly for Pauli. Lovely ball for DeWood. It was a brilliant idea. DeWood had to dive to try get a toe onto it, but it just skims away from him.
And that's more like it. When Thornbury have slowed it down and gone through Pauli is when they've had their best passages in this game. That is a perfect example of what they need to do just to slowly ebb away at this game. Because if you slow it down, you'll get looks.
And Awal has a great look here on the angle. Tried to go solo again. Fatea with the initial save. You mentioned openings, Ethan. There's a real glimpse at the sticks there for Hume.
Great look for a while on the break. It's a beauty of a ball to find him as well. It does the right thing in trying to go round. The second look is blocked terrifically on the line. And it really prevents this game from being 3-0. Thornbury is still hanging on by a thread whenever Hume go forward. That threat is still ever present.
Wayne might have been held while he was jostling forward. Although physical, this contest. No ill malice at all, both sides. Lots of sportsmanship on display. Wayne, Pauli, try the 1-2. Awal loves to run at defenders. Turkman, back for Temel. Swade. Turkman. Pauli trying to press. Back to Murray. Awal just couldn't control it. It was a hot one to handle. Thornbury back in possession.
Hume almost played themselves into trouble on that occasion. Having to clear their lines. Thornbury in a good spell. They had one in the first half. Unable to capitalise on it. They must now. Lovely ball from Slingsby. And an important foot in from Awal. One of which Swade smashes to safety.
Thornbury right now, Ethan, just need a spark. They need one of their talisman to really spring to life. Can Jarbo be that man?
Slingsby on for Pauli. Threaded for Marrero, who got around Clanaris. Marrero still battling, still wanting to wander, and winning a side ball. Thornbury slowly starting to take the ascendancy. Slingsby's effort is one of great height. Opportunities still been at a premium for the Lily Whites. Quality looks in particular. Temel for Cicek. Turkman went beyond him, dropped it off for Temel. Cicek. Hume hunting. Clanaris, whose touch was errant, and Slingsby's hot on his heels without being too overzealous and winning a side ball. This game just starting to gather some heat. Slingsby out for Marrero. Couldn't get around Temel. Slingsby, Pauli. Wanted a hit from range. Cicek blocked it. Ricocheted out to Slingsby once more. Marrero, who had a loose touch. And again, the move peters out. Just at the wrong time for Dharma Georgie's side. Murray went long. Pauli won it. Jarbo gave it back to Marrero. Now Jarbo. Marrero had made a move and Jarbo couldn't find him. Pauli, Slingsby. Pauli off Turkman, and now Cicek's got a yard. Pauli backing him down. Cicek waited on help, went around 2, went around 3, left it for Turkman, who couldn't shift beyond Jabo. Wonderful play from Cicek, who nearly worked a shooting angle for himself. And here he is again on the turn. This time Fataya forced into some action. A very important save down low. Safe to say Moe's doing his bit. Klanaris for Temel. Again wanted to thread it for Cicek, and Morero's on the march. Fataya flung it to find him. Temel with an important nod on. Turkman, Klanaris short of options, who had to go back for Murray, and they played themselves into a muddle. Jabo picked it up, away from one slide, around a second, and Temel at the second time of asking, got a challenge in. Cicek now galloping, options left and right, one of whom was Turkman. Cicek went down, and Hume will have a free kick. And Slingsby will have himself a yellow card.
The Hume bench are not happy, and it's been overheard, Ethan, that they're identifying it being the same guy, a repeat offender perhaps for Slingsby, who's come across to Cicek to apologise, but I'm not sure if his teammates, that of UC7s, are too pleased about that of Slingsby's behaviour up until this point.
It is Mo Temel's free kick, and Fataya got his angles right and made another solid save. Pauli. Thornbury have got to get on the charge if they are to do it. Slingsby resuming that battle with Cicek the other way round. Pauli. Jabo had made his run, but Cicek in retreat as he tried to steer it for Slingsby.
Fine cutout by a backtracking Cicek. And to Thornbury's credit, they've really been able to handle the contest. They haven't allowed Hume to score again. Now it's about whether they can generate a scoring opportunity and take it. Pauli, that's a lot better. It's a brilliant bit of play. Jabo goes down. Protests ring out into the Darabin Community Sports Stadium court. Marrero. That was their best passage by a country mile, Ethan.
Easily the best they've looked. And not just on the first attempt. How slick is the touch from Pauli to play Marrero in at the second time of asking. It's a wonderful ball. Marrero just slightly off balance as he goes to strike it, which is why he gets the height, but it had the pace.
Jabo. Can't believe he's conceded the foul. Polaris went down, he'll be the recipient.
Thornbury might just have to be a touch careful here. We've said this game hasn't boiled over just yet, but they've started to give away a couple of fouls, and they just need to rein themselves in because they don't want to go to the end on a tightrope.
Oh, the George is just checking how many fouls they've accumulated. 3 now. Cicek takes the first touch. Temel's free kick. Klanaris. Jabo wins the ball back, and Thornbury have a chance. Marrero overshot the mark, and at the other end it's 2 against 1. Cicek has Klanaris. Pauli defending. Klanaris skimming. He was open for both sides on that occasion to score.
2 golden looks, 1 at either end. Jabo's got to shoot. You've got to take that effort on. Marrero wasn't expecting the ball. When you get to that range, just have a hit. Place it either side of Murray and he scores. And at the other, it's a great run from Klanaris. The ball is good from Cicek to find him. It just takes a bobble at the wrong time. And an opportunity for Hume at the other end. Then peters out, a chance to go 3 up and perhaps kill this game.
It's very hot and fast-paced, the ball. Slingsby exhausted following his shift, bruised on his place. And here is the substitute. Marrero, inches away from scoring. Jabo. He'll take the side ball. Pauli. Jabo. Temel cuts it out. And yet again, Hume have another 2-on-1 opportunity. It's Mo Temel. It's Fataya who gets low.
It's a big save. A huge save from Moe Fatea. He might keep Thornbury in this game. It's a poor giveaway from Charbot. And then he does the reckless thing. He goes to fly in on Temmel. He really approached that challenge at pace. Temmel, ever so nimble, ever so smart, just shifts around him. And uses Cicek as a dummy, as a decoy, to open the angle and really fizz it into that bottom corner. But Fatea gets it right.
Temmel. And Hume right now just not able to play with that authority, that pace they were showcasing when in command. Think about the metaphoric seesaw in this one. It's balancing the way of Thornbury, but they need a couple of goals to get back on level terms. Marrero. Wayne, can he be the bright spark? Powley, invited to shoot. It's like shoulder nudges away by Murray at the expense of a corner. Wayne takes it on. They kept lofting.
Murray to reset. Hume just riding out a bit of Thornbury pressure. Still unblemished. How he would love back-to-back clean sheets as well. Temmel in ahead of Bruce. Ross. Tidy for Cicek. Set it for Temmel, who steered it on for Turkman. His first touch wasn't too kind to him. The second kept things rolling. Ross. Temmel. Not away from Powley. On for Ross. Bruce hot on his heels. Ever so calm. The Prince of Perth has played one of his regal best so far this evening. And that ball for Cicek with a touch too much height. And Fatea was able to gather. He wants to go quickly. Marrero. Wayne on for Powley. Again, Wayne, who got a touch from Temmel and will have a free kick. And Temmel not best pleased about that. Perhaps thought it was a bit soft. Thornbury have a free kick. Chance to halve the deficit. Been knocking on the door for well over half an hour. Bruce couldn't get a yard to turn as Kelshaw came across to show the door. Murray has given it away to Marrero. Bruce was waiting on the runner. Couldn't turn his way around Temmel, who makes a terrific challenge.
Just not able to find the turn he envisioned. Bruce, but he's trying to use his strength to just hold off Temmel. He's done enough to keep the ball with Hume.
Cicek away from Lee. Not around Wayne. Ooh. And then Cicek got a wild leg. And Hume have another free kick. Four fouls. The signal from Fernando de Moraes to the bench. Thornbury on ice that is thinning. Hume have a free kick. Ross, Cicek! Brilliant save from Fatea. And it broke for Lee, who couldn't steer it on for Marrero. Ricocheted for Bruce. Thornbury nearly had a glimpse. Wayne, Marrero was waiting on the overlap, which allowed Cicek to retreat as well. Wayne, face to face with Temmel. Recycled it for Lee. Marrero. Temmel, hot on his heels. Steered it for Bruce. Foot in. Marrero, back for Bruce. Who just couldn't sort his footing out in the nick of time.
Lee was all on his own. Right as he was entering the box, Marrero, if he looked to his right, Lee in so much space. Unmarked. A major missed opportunity for Thornbury.
Kelshaw had Swade with him. Want to go the long way around Wayne, who got a good slide in. Hume trying to grind Thornbury into the ground. Ross. Swade, who nearly lost out to Marrero and then kept the move alive. Around Lee. And then nearly took a stumble off his own footing. Kelshaw. Temmel left it for Murray. Kelso, Temmel. Hume happy to calm it down. Ross. Temmel. Get the feeling that Thornbury know about the foul count. Certainly flying into less. Temmel. Ross, Hume just trying to find a way through with patience. Marrero left one on Temmel. And Ross was then short of options as a result and forced to be back down by Bruce. Thornbury's high press pays off.
3.5, with just over that left on the clock. Bruce and Marrero perhaps with their final touches. DeWood and Jabo to try change the fortunes of the Lily Whites, but that's not the first touch DeWood was after. Fatea has played rather well tonight. He's had a lot to do, the shot stopper. He's kept Thornbury with the slightest of opportunities in coming back. He's done his bit at least for Fatea. It's up to those around him on court. A prelude for our second clash tonight. The MVP, Henrique Pimenta, is in the building. How will he line up upon his return against Daku? We'll find out shortly. Of course, between both clubs, a lot of the Aku players in the senior side playing in the youth competition representing Moreland on a Sunday night. They know the system rather well. Takuimu's men. DeWood read the situation best. Lee. Wayne's had a decent game. Inside the last 3 odd minutes of futsal. Jabo. DeWood. Wayne. Jabo. Wasn't sure where to go. Still got it across the face of goal. Murray intervened. Wayne. Trying to find half an angle. It was never really bothersome.
And you can see that desperation is starting to creep in now for Thornbury. Wayne had a look from a really tight angle, and although it was encouraged, they need to craft a better opportunity to trouble Murray.
Calshaw, DeWood, back to Calshaw. Temmel wanted it to calm things down. Nico Nardiadis with his body language, calling for calm. Temmel. Swade, Temmel, Ross. Flicking ball. Jabo and Swade come together, and Hamza had a fair bit of Jimmy's shirt, nothing doing. Might be his last involvement in the game as Chichek comes on in his place.
Thornbury felt hard done by. They wanted a foul. Certainly was some attention given. The referees didn't think enough.
Ross. Across the face of goal, that was inviting. And well, they're leaving it late, Thornbury. They have 1 minute and 55 seconds of stop clock futsal to really go for it. Question how they approach the game now, considering there's nothing to lose. Jabo. Wayne flicking. Ball just, no, not, in fact it's not in play. And it must be said, Hume looking as if they're going to see this result out.
And it's a big result for them. Not only does it give them breathing room in fifth, it moves them really close to Melbourne Aku, who are up next in a fight for the top 4. So for Hume, the hunt for safety is still alive. Have Thornbury got a late look? Sharpo forces a brilliant save out of Murray. And it could be crucial at his near post. Might that be the lily white look? They were hoping to be in bloom in spring. Although it looks like a wintry wilter for Thornbury at the moment, who are still knocking on the door. Slingsby's got a look, took a deflection, and Murray poured it away for a corner. To Wood's take, perhaps their last final look. Powley, Slingsby, DeWood. Not around Ross. Set it for Slingsby. Ross on the slide. Cicek can continue. Powley's bundled into him. And for that will earn himself a yellow card and Thornbury's 5th foul. And a timeout for Hume. Right near the very end. The Black Army at the moment are looking like they are going to not only win the battle, but win the relegation war. As we go to timeout, it's Thornbury 0, Hume 2. We return from timeout. Thornbury perhaps having to throw the kitchen sink and then some at it, if they are to salvage a point, which would be enough to put them within a conversation to be off the foot of the league. For Hume, they are closing ground on Melbourne Aku at a rapid rate. It'll be back-to-back wins for the first time this campaign. Coming at the right time. Hume have made it a habit in recent seasons. And they look as though they are on the march once again. However, they can see safety closer this time. Cicek found by Temmel. Returned it to his captain. Went on the switch for Luke Ross. Temmel. Away from Jarbo. On for Cicek. Kelshaw charged. Jarbo's challenge was a good one, and it's a tidy loft for Powley, who's placed it on for Slingsby. Temmel in the way.
That's all they can do. They just have to throw everything they can at Murray and hope something sticks.
Powley had a look, and Murray got himself firmly behind it. Was waiting on a runner. Cicek's found a yard on his own, and instead of trying to take it down, wanted to shoot on the swivel. Fatea then gathered, gave it on to the wood. Slingsby. On for Powley. Couldn't steer it for Jarbo. Temmel on the slide in ahead of the wood. Jarbo then took a tumble and was fouled by Cicek. They're in a hurry. Jarbo tried to steer for the back stick, but the wood was not arriving. Talbot Georgie not best pleased about that on the touchline. It's rather summed up Thornbury's night. Unfortunately for the Lily Whites, it hasn't gone to plan. Temmel got it back from Cicek. Threaded it only as far as the wood. Jarbo as Temmel took a slide. And it will not matter. Hume are on the gallop towards safety. Only 2 points from the top four. A fortnight ago, you would hardly believe it. For Thornbury, they are at risk of being cut adrift, as they are glued to the foot of the Premiership. Full time in Darebin. The Lily Whites wilted, and Hume go charging. It's Thornbury United 0, Hume 2.
Central, lovely flick from Marrero, and Georgie has an opportunity. He just managed to keep the ball from anything damaging for Hume.
This time Sway does some damage. A sharp swivel. Confidence. It's just oozing from this side right now. Opening goal giving them a lift. Lovely ball for Turkman, who flashed it across.
To unlock a rampaging Turkman. Right across the face of goal. It was inviting. Black Army building.
Ross's turn to have a hit. He's brought in. Powley's looks good as well. And if they just keep this going, you might start to see a couple errors.
Lovely change of pace from Turkman. Stings the palms of Fatea. Kalshaw draws out two Thornbury players nicely. Temel into some space. Lee backtracking. Temel! Fires nicely. Temel into some space. Lee backtracking. Temel! Finds the back of the net. The captain. Recent weeks, Ethan has really pressed higher up the court to try and attain possession. Powley takes down brilliantly. Had to test Murray, but that is... Thornbury have the corner. Lee rolls it. Powley strikes it. Murray saw it late.
Those might be two massive moments from Gab Murray. Thornbury just having the momentum stalled. And Cicek went early. Nara's read it. Powley hit the floor. Cicek's leading the break with Ross, who's got Bruce in retreat of him. Gave it back to Cicek, and Fatea out on Slingsby. Sway didn't fancy it. Cicek. Ross. Lovely 1-2. Cicek's all on his own. Went to Fatea's near post. Thornbury searching. Trying to turn the screw. Slingsby spinning around Ross. Ooh. And whipped his effort wide. Temel. And then gave him a tug for good measure.
The champions enter the SFB Premiership Court. They lock horns with their apprentices, Melbourne Aku. And considering the last time we saw these two sides play each other, it was the first moment in the season where those shooting to the left of your screen had conceded points. It was a 4-4 draw. One of Hume's most famous results as the manager and founder of Melbourne Aku. And Ethan Rigg, considering what tonight holds for the side, 5 points off of league leaders Fitzroy. They'll need to make sure they earn all 3 points on offer against this valiant, unrelenting young Aku outfit.
Moreland cannot afford to drop points at all. Even a draw opens the door for Fitzroy to be champions this evening. It would be a real disappointment on the Moreland side of things if they were to relinquish the title one season after having won it, and with 2 games to spare. They would want to at least either take it to the penultimate game of the season or to that enduring Classico on the final day. It is all on the line now for Milton Sakos' side down the stretch.
2 weeks away from that penultimate match. Or in fact, a week away from the second last fixture of the season. The Lions, although not exactly in the title race between both the Blues and Fitzroy, have the bye tonight, but who knows with what's left to play. Still some mathematical possibilities of anything to transpire. But Moreland, to retain their title, have to hope that the Tigers slip somewhere before facing them on the final day. And we're not far away at all from another year of futsal all being wrapped up. On court tonight, Captain Marcus Fernandez has done his best David Beckham impersonation. He's gotten the razors and clippers out and is donning a clean look with his trim. He leads the line currently for those in violet. Ma Angelatos and Nakano, all with Grigg behind them. Pimenta returns for the Blues. Sudan in fine form. At Ibrahim, another key player to make another appearance. He was, of course, in Indonesia last week with the Futsal Roos. Adam Cooper, the captain, has Apostolakis in goal behind him.
And just how important is the return of Atay Ibrahim to this Moreland side? He gives them a real metronome to play around. He's a superb player. And his influence back in the side tonight, it usually brings a different gear out of them. And they'll be hoping on a night where they have to win that that will be the same.
And here is Atay Ibrahim, the metronome, as labelled by Ethan Rigg. Milton Sakos pre-game having quite the chat with Ibrahim. Might have been seen at the top left corner of your screen sitting at home. As Sudan, brilliant performance he played last week against the Lions. Fernandez, ball bouncing. Moreland wanting the ball early. And Daku back in possession. Fernandez. Angelatos. Fernandez gets around Ibrahim, has the afterburners to do so, drew out Cooper, and a chance here for Melbourne Aku, in which they take through Angelatos.
Back to front in a flash. It's wonderful from Fernandez. It's courageous to take the game on. Skips beyond Ibrahim. And it's a superb ball to the back post to find Angelatos as well from Ma, who times his run to perfection. We saw it earlier tonight. It's all about the timing of that back post run. Angelatos gets it spot on and is rewarded. There's nothing Apostolakis can do. And it's a dream start for Aku, who still have their future uncertain heading into this evening.
More on that in a moment, but a lot of that craftsmanship in the build-up from the captain of Fernandez. He drew away 2 Moreland shirts. And once the opening was there for Ma, Angelatos in the right place at the right time. Apostolakis out the equation. A bright start for a side who have proven to be a difficult customer for the champions in Season 2 of 2025.
Split the points on the first occasion. Melbourne Aku at the moment are looking more likely to take 4 out of 6 from Moreland. Came into this game only 2 points above the playoff places. Now they are hunting Pascoe Vale, but Ahmed Swidan's on the charge. Nakano did well. Mar then took over. Fernandez was flooding forward. Noah Mar had 2 around him. Swidan with a lot of force. Angelatos had it fall to him, and Cooper had to clear. Moreland stuck in a purple rain. One which they cannot get out of right now. Nakano. For Angelatos, whose goal is the difference. Fernandez. Threaded for Omar, who got in ahead of Adam Cooper. Mar went on a turn. Cooper's challenge was a good one. Swidan. Around Mar, but not around Angelatos. Only able to find touch, but what a start Melbourne Aku have made. They have flown out of the blocks.
They're dominating possession right now as well. The Blues unable to find an answer.
And Mar, on for Nakano, it's 2! Off the post and in! And in a violent haze, Aku have doubled their lead. Nakano on the late run. Mar found him marvellously. And he steered beyond the Apostolakis to put Moreland in the mire.
Wow. Aku, hot out the gate like a greyhound. And they're striding away from the Blues. It's a quick counter punch again from a side who have not put a foot wrong against an opponent they know rather well.
Darabin stunned into silence. As Grigg looked long, Mar wanted to be a nuisance, but Apostolakis judged it well. On to Enrique Pimenta. They need to turn to the MVP if they are to find a way back into this game. Swidan, Cooper. Couldn't get it beyond Francis Mar. On to Atay Ibrahim. Noah Mar quickly in the way. Again, had 2 around him. Now they were a goal down last week against Pascoe Vale, but were able to recover. So Moreland do like to take the game deep. However, it's a concerning start.
Not exactly what Milton Sakos had envisioned. And the silence is so loud right now in DCSS.
Atay Ibrahim gave it away to Fernandez. Swidan, Cooper. Wanted the return for Swidan. Angelatos stepped out to meet him and forced him back. Worked to Atay Ibrahim. Threaded for Pimenta. That's a lovely ball to find Cooper, who's got Fernandez to go at. Cooper charging and winning a corner. One which he's quick to take. Flicked away by Noah Mar. Looking for brother Francis. Swidan steered him under it and kept the move rolling. Lovely from Swidan, but his touch was too heavy. And Lucas Grigg quickly out to gather. Fernandez, Francis Mar. Angelatos, Mar. One brother to another. And the nod for Angelatos was just a touch too heavy. Lovely combinations from Aku so far. Keeping Moreland on the back foot. Ibrahim got it back from Cooper. Swidan on the spin. Plays it for Pimenta. He wanted to go on the switch for Atay Ibrahim, but it was behind him.
Oscar Yee. Thrown right into the pivot. Fernandez, what a start he's had. Ma. Skids around Pimenta. Does really well to just keep the ball with the side leading by 2-0. Ma. Pimenta, this time with a standing challenge. Arky won't mind that though, they've still got possession. Don't think you'll find a start brighter than that throughout the season. Against the champions, they have the understanding of how to play against them. Fernandez was in space. Mar not able to turn to find him. Yee. Pimenta had to dive to intervene. It's been a brilliant start from Aku. The Blues caught on the bus.
And Marcus Fernandez has set the tone as the captain. He has flown out of the blocks. He's played you can tell he's a man with a point to prove this evening. He's played with some serious need, and he's forced Moreland into an early timeout.
Sam Milner's with the slip being handed in, not issued the timeout, but it's within the drop of a hat. Irwin on his international return. Ma infiltrating. A chance for Xavier Fernandez. Ibrahim with a big slider, scooping clearance, not as far as Yi. Fernandez. D'Souza trying to defuse the situation. Ibrahim wants to just go down the line. Ma with a big slide. And a timeout only. Just over 6 minutes of futsal played has been issued by Milton Sakos. We're going to a break. Aku with a breakneck start, leading 2-0 as we cross to a timeout break. Milton Sakos with some stern words. Not too many we can repeat, but the key message getting across to Sweden. Finds D'Souza. That would have been such an instant reply. Right from the timeout, Ethan. A fair bit was said by the manager. Tactically, not what he envisioned being put into place, but he was certainly there to just tell his side to wake up.
He got the hairdryer out. Milton Sakos was not happy with the way the Moreland had started this game, and understandably so. Aku started with a lot of life and a lot of pace. Moreland a little bit slower out of the blocks, and his main concern was with, when losing a one-on-one battle, having the players run off the back. And you saw it for the first 2 goals. Aku had players on either post. Noah Mark could have played the ball either way and they would have had a look. That was his biggest cause for concern. And on the attacking end, he just wants them to be a bit more patient.
Cooper. D'Souza. Swedan told to keep it. Ibrahim. Swedan for Cooper. D'Souza not around Derwin. That's going to be an intriguing matchup. D'Souza goes down. A freaky opportunity. In a really prominent position for the side trailing by 2-0. Ample artillery to take. But Adam Cooper has got his run-up planned in his mind. Will he strike? Will he release the pass? Cooper steps up to the plate, rolls it for Ibrahim. Grigg was a long way away from home. That's Ibrahim could not steer the ball anywhere towards that of the vacant net.
2 really good looks. Post timeout for Moreland, neither taken. Doubt that has eased the frustration on the touchline. Ahmed Swedan. Cooper on the switch behind that eye. Ibrahim who stretched. Francis Marr was hot on his case and his heels. Forced back to Apostolakis, who couldn't clear further than Oscar Yi. Aku pouring forward. Yi on the drive. Ibrahim came across. We tried to be stayed alive, but it was steered out via a Francis Marr flick. Reset touch. Adam Cooper. Can he get Moreland going? Swinand wanted to thread it. Yi read it. Deflected out to D'Souza. Wants to go at Connor Owen. Set it back for Swinand. Moved it on to Cooper. Ibrahim fancied a look and wasn't far away.
Kept lofting. Kept going. Griggs seeing it out of play. Hasn't been tested yet, the shot stopper. Irwin, you'd assume tonight, Ethan, if Aku are to really endure and preserve their scoreline, will have to play an enormous game.
Signs of that already. As Cooper goes at Connor Owen. Stepped aside from him. Moved it on for Atay Ibrahim. Adam Cooper on the return crashes the bar. Absolutely rifles it into the upright. Froth mop needed. It ricocheted right off the corner and into the roof. It was like a laser from the Moreland skipper. And had it hit the net, it may well have taken it off.
Happens almost week in, week out with Adam Cooper, where he might be a bit pedestrian in one passage, but when he bites down on the gum shield and has a chance to rectify a mistake, he gives you moments you don't forget. He was inches away from the net rippling, and Moreland beginning their comeback on the scoreboard.
Robson D'Souza took a deflection. Griggs spilled and then gathered at the second attempt. Fall short to Oscar Yi. Francis Marr. Yi once again. Couldn't thread it for Connor Owen. Cooper calms it down. Had Ibrahim as an option. Swinand dropping in. D'Souza the only one further forward from Adam Cooper, who's going at Owen and finding the side netting. Via a touch. Moreland corner. One which Cooper's in a hurry to take. Out to Ibrahim. On for Swinand. Couldn't shift around Nakano. Atay Ibrahim. Threaded for Robson D'Souza, who pins Xavier Fernandez and wins another corner.
D'Souza trying to be decisive. When in the fixer, he's been lively. Had a real attempt on goal, which just went wide.
Cooper. Atay Ibrahim. Stepping inside, and Grigg had to parry. Moreland creating a few looks. Pimenta back on. Bayrakli ready. Swinand. Pimenta. Cooper. Get on for Ahmed Swinand. He's got Xavier Fernandez to go at. Set it back for Adam Cooper. And Owen this time across to make the block.
Bayrakli. His first taste of the contest. Cooper from the side ball onto his left. Xavier Fernandez with the block. Marcus Fernandez itching to come on. Pimenta. Back to Bayrakli. D'Souza holding things up. Had the strength from Nakano. Was agile to escape, and now Fernandez has an opportunity. And how close was Xavier Fernandez to making it 3?
What a look. It's a great run from Fernandez. The ball from Nakano is weighted delightfully. It's inviting him to hit it on the volley, and he catches it sweet. It just doesn't have the direction. He slices across it at the last minute when he sees the contact could be coming.
Cooper drifting inside. Pimenta. Halfway through the first half. Aku in front by 2 goals. Cooper went the inboards ball. Irwin bounces D'Souza away from the pass. Grigg to get this one recycled for Aku. Angelatos, who opened the scoring. Nakano, who's the most recent of that duo for Melbourne Aku. Both, Ethan, 2 very well crafted goals by Kuimu's men.
2 terrific moves, and they took advantage of Moreland's slowness out the blocks. Noah Mars at the heart of both. He held the ball up excellently on both occasions. The first time spun and played Angelatos at the back stick. The second was just such a deft little layoff, and Nakano did the rest. It's 2 really good goals.
Barakli does really well to keep the ball to Souza. Amidst all the bodies, took the shot on Nakano. Had Ma ready to infiltrate down the wing. Fernandez lunges to have it pinched off of Xavier. Make that Marcus Fernandez. He gets it back. The captain crossed the face it went. He was bundled in the process. Barakli. Nobody home further forward. Pimenta. No KDS tonight for that of Milton Sakos to use. Cooper takes it on. Had the angle against him. Encouragement from his manager, but a bit outspoken was Cooper towards the officials. Wanted a foul in the build-up.
You can feel that frustration in the way he went in on Marcus Fernandez, and it wasn't with any malice. It was just firm enough to knock him off balance, and it was crucial. As Noah Ma was making the late run, it diverted the ball away from him. It just took it off its course. Otherwise, they could have been in real trouble. Moreland's big issue at the moment. Defensively, they're leaving the middle so exposed. When Aku hit them on the break around the top of the D.
Seamless, the pass to find D'Souza. Pimenta had to stumble, deflecting ball from Nakano. Might have been going over Grigg, but he took no chances. Corner the Blues. Barakli awaits the movement, chipping. Pimenta trying to shift around that of Ma. Grigg lunged. D'Souza admits the scramble. Another corner. Barakli. Cooper. Shifting onto his right. Fernandez with a block. He hasn't blinked tonight yet, Marcus Fernandez. A brilliant start from the captain, and that energy's transcended upon to his players. Apostolakis. Lofting with too much endeavour. Nowhere near D'Souza. Bounces off the chest of Fernandez. Ma trying to make a contest of it as it rolls out of play. Cooper gets it restarted. Pimenta. D'Souza back to the MVP. Cooper. Barakli screaming for the ball. His touch lets him down. And Galatos can just get the cavalry working further forward. Back in possession. The side in front by 2 goals. Fernandez, not around Pimenta. An opportunity now for the Blues. Pimenta caught in a few different minds. And ultimately, lucky perhaps to have the ball go out for a deep Aku side possession. And Galatos flirted with the idea of going to Ma diagonally. Ibrahim to intervene.
One of Moreland's better looks. D'Souza wanted it low, Pimenta went high, as did Fernandez for Noah Ma. Ibrahim got the touch, it ricocheted for Marcus Fernandez, who on the slide wasn't quite able to keep it in. But that is the energy in which he has played with so far this evening. It's like grimace, perhaps a bit of friction burn. So that's on Ibrahim. Pimenta threaded it for Barakli. Pimenta once again. Moreland still turning the screw. Swidan. Atai Ibrahim. Face to face with Noah Ma. Pimenta set it back for him. Ibrahim switched it for Barakli, who threaded it superbly for Pimenta. Swidan. Enrique Pimenta. Urged to keep moving it. Noah Ma got a foot in. And Nakano's on the march. Agalotos with him. He goes all on his own and hits the post. It was an amazing, dazing run from Nakano, and he might get another look. Picks Swidan's pocket, Agalotos with him, again goes alone, and this time finds the net! 2 solo saunters, and at the second attempt, Nakano puts a nail in the momentum. Aku have a treble, and they have a massive, massive gap.
And as he jostles off to the bench, a round of applause for Nakano, who has ignited this contest in favour of Melbourne Aku. So influential, so crafty, so exquisite, and it's 3 to the good. Remarkable from Hume's men in this first half.
Ibrahim wanting a quick reply. Unable to find it just yet. Nakano at the double. And the second, more delightful than the first. For Moreland at the moment, they are at real risk of relinquishing their crown. Thought the supposition that tonight might be coronation night could merely be a rumour. However, the unthinkable at the moment unfolds before our very eyes. Enrique Pimenta around Mar, around Angelatos, and into the side netting.
Desperation on display from the MVP. He's looking to get creative. And although there's a whole other half of futsal and some time left in this first half, you can see the Blues just trying to up a gear.
Fernandez picks Swedan's pocket. Took a deflection off Ibrahim at the expense of a corner.
They might sense that this game is just starting to slip away from a controllable and, well, comeback attainable scoreline.
Fernandez couldn't find Angelatos. Pimenta got a foot in. Noamar's slide was a good one. The second touch took it out of play. A real silence in this place. It's very rare in DCSS that you could hear a pin drop, but it is deafening. Beyond belief at the moment. Pimenta's on the charge. Fernandez again got a foot in and was on the march forward. Francis Marr was one option, went back for Angelatos, who got in ahead of Swedan. Somehow still going is Angelatos, who sat 2 down around Apostolakis, and Ibrahim on the line is then a mop up and nearly, ever so nearly, tries something magical to get back in the game. Angelatos, not beyond Pimenta. Oscar Yee, Fernandez. Threaded it terrifically for Yee, who made the march and got there, but wasn't able to sort his feet out. Apostolakis on for Paragos. Set back for Atay Ibrahim. Swedan away from Angelatos and rolled his effort wide.
That's 4 seconds, says the referee. Grieg taking too long. And the Blues will have a glimpse. The brains trust of the Blues delegating how to use his free kick situation to full fruition. It will be 2 touches. There's brain trusts delegating many important things all around us right now. An important moment in this match's complexion. Aku have flown out the gate. The Blues need something. This their best chance. All for Aku players behind the ball is Swedan. Lasers over the crossbar. Grieg taking no time at all this time around. Irwin, down court, brilliant weight on the pass. Yee goes down. Ibrahim continues, has Swedan on the diag. Perhaps took too long to pull the trigger, and Irwin came across. As Batagos, can he have influence? There with Mar, he was desperate to get the ball inside the D. Angelatos, not around Pimenta. Ibrahim, Swedan, got his shot away. Grieg palms it. Angelatos can now go on his own. Calls upon Yee, whose pass is lackadaisical. That's the right word, Ethan. And it gifts the Blues possession back. Ibrahim gets his shot away. Big block from Mar. Sweden tried the first time effort. It will ricochet back towards the Apostolakis jurisdiction.
Aku just having to sit in at the moment and absorb some more than pressure. And Oscar, he might go on the break, having picked at Ibrahim's pocket round Apostolakis, who spilled it. Sweden spinning, only into danger. Owen wanted to keep him moving, but couldn't find Francis Marr. Oh, so close. Once again were Aku. Pimenta can more than find a rhythm. Ahmed Sweden. Try and shift the yard, set it back for Baragos. On for Atay Ibrahim. Francis Marr's on the charge, he's got options left and right. Xavier Fernandez is one, and threaded in by Francis Marr for 4. This is unbelievable. A quartet of Aku hits. Have them absolutely flying.
We mentioned how close it was last time out, but I don't think anybody expected this. It's a very gutsy performance from an Aku side who have not been in the winners column, dare I say, since October. And they've come into tonight wanting to really rattle that of the champions, and their form has continued deep in this first half. It's a brilliant display from Kuyumu's men, and Ma was there to find some effort for award, and they're still not done yet as Yi finds Fernandez. Irwin is in there as well. Apostolakis fortunate to palm away, but really a missed opportunity for Aku. They had all the numbers on that attack.
This is astonishing. An absolutely astonishing start from QEMU's side. More than shell-shocked. Aku flying. And currently the kings of the land are being upstaged. The castle nearly crestfallen of Owen had a hit. Apostolakis parried, gave it away to Nakano, who's hat-trick hunting and flashed his effort just wide. Another golden look for 5 from Melbourne Aku. Atay Ibrahim to carry. Moreland don't know what to make of this. Threaded to D'Souza, who spun Xavier Fernandez. And he got himself in the way in the nick of time. Quickly out for Ibrahim. Yi wants to shut the door. Ibrahim shifted, deflecting and taking a corner. Just over 2 to the break. Sweden. Pimenta. Can Moreland chip away at this? Clip to the back stick, and D'Souza wasn't there. It was just away from him. A dream half for QEMU's side. Has been truly nightmarish for Milton Sakos and Moreland. Pimenta. Atay Ibrahim. Threaded it for Enrique Pimenta. Greg Kame didn't get there. And nearly. Ever so nearly collected last season's MVP. Moreland make protest. Ones which are not being listened to. As Sweden steers it away. Absolutely stupendous first half. D'Souza got a foot in ahead of Irwin.
And the frustrations being vented to both officials right now from both sides, although Sam Milner's just having a discussion. It's our referee on broadcast side. Nakano has options queuing up. And Xavier Fernandez joins the goal scoring party. These are astonishing scenes Who would have picked it? You cannot fathom what you are seeing right now. Aku have hit 5 against the champions. The torch to the script has been lit.
And it's not even half time. It's been a 5-star performance before the break. And for a lot of the goals, it's rinse and repeat. 2 runners, back post unguarded, and Melbourne Aku have just thrown themselves through. It's remarkable just how many have looked the exact same. It's been copy and paste for a lot of the goals.
I'm told there's a halt in play. Straight away is Nakano. It's just stumbling. Possession was with Aku. And mind you, Fitzroy have entered the building. And they are loving what they're seeing right now. We'll have to have a proper look at the live ladder. But it's not too much of an assumption to think that Aku, who are in the complete driving seat right now, don't find, or rather come up against a firm response from the champions in the second half. One in which they overturn a 5-goal deficit and come back to win from. The title might all be mathematically wrapped up.
Omar on the charge. Spun de Souza. Set it for his brother Francis. Apostolakis had to sprawl. And if Moreland do not overcome this, and Fitzroy win tonight, it's over. They will be crowned champions. Moreland will have to relinquish their crown. Pimenta on for Ahmed Swidan. Not around Francis Mar. Angelatos, who started it all off, got going. Mar got a real tug from Swidan, who was not best pleased. Let's seeing the funny side of it. Marcus Fernandez, who's been integral. Deflected off de Souza. Francis Mar, Fernandez. Noah Mar took a stumble as he went to spin and then made it work. And it's a delightful ball for Fernandez. Ibrahim on the slide. Swidan now the beneficiary. Away from Francis Mar, away from Noah Mar, but not away from Lucas Grigg, who was quickly off his line and quickly flinging with the final act of the first half. One which, if you've just joined us, you might scarcely believe. Melbourne Aku have flown out of the blocks. A 5-star performance from QEMU's side sees the reigning champions shell-shocked and sees Moreland's truly on their knees to retain their crown. Half-time in Darabin. It would take something beyond Istanbul, as it's Moreland 0, Melbourne Aku 5. Around the top of the D.
Seamless pass to find de Souza. Pimenta had to stumble, deflected ball for Nakano.
Enrique Pimenta urged to keep moving it. Noah Mar got a foot in, and Nakano's on the march. Angelatos with him. He goes all on his own and hits the post. Amazing, dazing run from Nakano, and he might get another look. Picks Swidan's pocket. Angelatos with him again, goes alone, and this time finds the net. Still going as Angelatos, who sat 2 down, around Apostolakis, and Ibrahim on the line. Is then a mop up! And nearly Everton
have blown out the gate. Blues need something. This their best chance. All for Aku players behind the ball is Swidan. Lasers.
And Oscar Yee might go on the break, having picked at Ibrahim's pocket round Apostolakis, who spilled it. On for Atay Ibrahim. Francis Mars on the charge. He's got options left and right. Xavier Fernandez is one, and threaded in by Francis Mars for four. So nearly crestfallen of Owen had a hit. Apostolakis parried, gave it away to Nakano, who's hat-trick hunting, and flashed his effort just wide.
Now, referee on broadcast side, Nakano has options queuing up, and Xavier Fernandez joins the goals.
Omar on the charge, spun to Souza, sent it for his brother Francis.
I can assure you that is not a typo. It's a 5-0 lead for Melbourne Aku, who are 5 stars at the moment. Their performance fitting of slipping the crown right from that of the champions' heads, and they are in need of a kitchen sink response. Yes, with 20 minutes of stop clock futsal ahead of them. Pimenta has the fly kit on. They have to go for it from here. And the way Aku have played in transition, it'd be no surprise if they were to continue finding goals at the other end. But right now, Pimenta will work it for Sweden. The champions have no choice. They need 6 goals unanswered to keep any ambition of their total hopes alive. Ethan Rigg was having a look at the ladder during halftime. Ethan, mathematically, will this ensure a league title for Fitzroy?
If they are to beat Northern Phoenix in the late kickoff tonight, Fitzroy will be crowned champions with a win.
The Tigers licking their chops. Not perhaps far away from etching more history. The Blues still with their end of the controllable. But it's a big ask. We've seen them keep things late. We've seen dramatic moments in the past. Ethan alluded to the Liverpool comeback against AC Milan in the 06 Champions League final at Istanbul. It would take something a bit higher on the shelf from that, as Angelatos has an open net! And he scores from downtown. He flexes his muscles to say, come on! And Aku hit their 6th.
And he's been brilliant. He deserves that does Angelatos. It's a fabulous strike. A lot of the time you can rush, you can snatch at the opportunity, he keeps his composure, and he just places it perfectly with a great amount of power. It's a delightful drive.
The order, taller. D'Souza can claw one back. Angelatos has the same opportunity that was there for him. He's just got excited, perhaps. It was in the exact same position to take it on, but missed the mark completely.
And that's the difference. That second opportunity, snatches at it, knows he's on a hat-trick as well. First one, kept his composure and scored with aplomb.
Pimenta, lovely ball for Ibrahim. He tried the pullback for D'Souza. It was not exactly where Atai envisioned him to be. Swedan. Cooper. Back to Swedan with the reverse pass. Ibrahim, back post Pimenta. Angelatos got in the way. Fernandez. Gee, they're getting looks. Aku getting firm looks at the vacant net. Astonishing. Almost unbelievable. Hard to comprehend from a Moreland perspective. D'Souza, back to goal. Pimenta. Cooper. The comeback would have to start essentially within the next 2 minutes of stop clock futsal. On the safe bet. If the Blues can pull off something all improbable. Swedan. D'Souza. Ibrahim. Swedan. Pimenta. Moreland trying to find the opening. Aku tucking in. Angelatos nipping at the heels. Pimenta sends him down. Swedan kept play going. D'Souza. They claw one back. No nonsense from RDS. The Blues break their deadlock in the second half. It could be game on. They claw one back.
They're just chipping away. Moreland having conceded the early goal, and what a hammer blow that must have been to morale, but they get one back quickly in the nick of time and nearly have another. But the credit has to go to Enrique Pimenta just to continue the move and keep it alive. And does the door perhaps just stay open? There's still a glimmer for the reigning champions. Got the goal when needed. They need a further 6. Swedan. D'Souza, Angelatos in. Noah Mar might have a look and roll his effort just wide. And that's the kind of opportunity they'll get. Mar's first sighter from range, unsuccessful. As Cooper begins the next wave. Swedan. Fernandez in ahead of Ibrahim.
And Marcus Fernandez tonight has possibly been at his best. He turned some heads once he put the razors to his own. Boys, he played well.
Pimenta on for Ibrahim. Cooper. Moreland on the search. Swedan. Atai Ibrahim. Back with Ahmed Swedan. Adam Cooper. Waited on the runner, had a hit, and Grigg cleared it only as far as Swedan. It's a good foot in from Noah Mar. Swedan kept it alive, and Oscar Yee came crashing.
It's a 50-50, could have gone either way. That decision goes with the Blues.
Pimenta, Swedan, dropped it back off, out the other way for D'Souza. Enrique Pimenta, Robson D'Souza. Still trying to turn the screw. Cooper, Swedan, Grigg had a dive and then got a gather. Fernandez kept it alive. And then had to clear his lines. Moreland searching. That's Ibrahim. Enrique Pimenta, Swedan, Pimenta, Cooper. Fast-paced futsal, Pimenta! And Grigg, with an open goal, rolled it into Swedan, nearly had a brain fade. Fernandez on for Noah Mar, and Oscar Yee went too early. My word, he had options.
Had time. Not the composure for Yee. And that would have made it Brazil, Germany from 2014 at the World Cup. 7-1.
Swedan. Cooper. Pimenta. And for Ahmed Sweden. Slightly a little bit fitting as a Brazilian has scored in this game. No Omar. Not sure Robson D'Souza will be happy about that though. As Oscar Yee around Cooper, and Pimenta makes a very good save. Drilled with force at him, but he got himself behind it and just preserves the status quo for the time being.
He can keep Ricky. What can't the MVP do?
Sweden from Cooper. Grigg with a good save. Had they scored off that, could have been Enrique Pimenta's most valuable stop. Another Ahmed Sweden side ball. Atay Ibrahim. Moreland really knocking. Aku withstanding. Cooper. Pimenta. Away from Angelatos. Robson D'Souza searching. And Oscar Yee in the nick of time got a foot in.
Learning from the inner sanctum of the Blues, with conversations had with a few of their staples, they have the mentality that no matter the scoreline, they're never out the game. Another safe assumption that perhaps tonight that might not be the case, considering they're still out there, but Aku have just managed every situation as best as they could. The pressing has been imperious, and the Blues need to reach to their best to try mount a comeback, but in that play with them personified, each thing that the Blues are trying to do, Aku just seemed to be matching it and coming up to each match scenario with a real intent to win it. Whether it's an opportunity on goal or backtracking an attacker, they always seem to just want and have the play with more desire as opposed to their counterparts.
And nobody exemplified that more than Angelatos, who had a look at one end and then was straight back to make the block on Sweden.
Oh, was Oscar Yee stumbling with Fernandez. Sweden gift to the side ball. 13 and a half minutes, a 5-goal deficit for the Blues. Oscar Yee pickpockets Cooper. A real genuine test of the Moreland Blues character, if they are to find something. Cooper, Ibrahim, back to Cooper. Oscar Yee closes the door. DCSS can't be overstated in absolute silence. Irwin thought he'd try his luck. Fernandez off half a step. Kept it low, but it went wide. Still difficult to fully grasp the situation that's unfolding right before our eyes. Not a discredit to Aku. Just a completely surprising performance from the champions. Cooper shipping, Pimenta receiving. 13 minutes left on the clock. Cooper wanted RDS. He had to loft like Mario to get to it.
And Aku have defended really well when Moreland have gone to fifth man. The concession of one goal hasn't stopped the good flow. And it's been that defensive solidity that has caused those opportunities on the break in the first half, where they got a lot of those 5 goals. And then from that, in the second, the pressure has been unrelenting. But they've been smart when they've gone on the press. They haven't just thrown bodies at it and expected it to come off. Aku's pressure has been presented very well.
Irwin thought he'd try a snapshot. Deep. The ball right now for Melbourne Aku inside their attacking half. Fernandez used all 4 seconds. Dispatched high, not very handsomely. Sweden. Ibrahim for Cooper. Sweden. Real hush. Nothing vocal from the Moreland Blues bench. Cooper. Sweden Aku settling behind the ball. Ibrahim Took it on. D'Souza might have steered it away from his own goal. What's happened there, Ethan?
Unbelievable. Just when you thought there could not be any more moments that leave you with your head in your hands, Robson D'Souza gets his footing wrong. It's an easy tap in and he steers it away.
Pimenta, Sweden for Ibrahim. D'Souza lurking. Cooper took the shot on. A big slide from Fernandez. Ignites the Aku bench for RDS on the scoreboard, but inadvertently preventing a second for the Blues. Cooper. Ibrahim. Aku really comfortable in the sense in how they've just presented behind the ball. Pimenta over the top, brings it down. A standing challenge was there. Out came Grigg. Cooper. Ibrahim. RDS gets a corner.
And that's exemplified Aku's defending. They just have bodies in the right place at the right time. And it's made really frustrating work for Moreland, who are still knocking on the door to try and chip away. Pimenta on for D'Souza. Back for Atay Ibrahim. Pimenta. Robson D'Souza took a loose touch and invited Irwin, whose challenge was good. Now Grigg went quickly. Fernandez has an open net! And was ever so close to doing something simply sensational. It would have been seventh heaven in the most angelic way from Marcus Fernandez. And Moreland have their blushes spared. Sweden, Cooper, Ibrahim, Pimenta didn't sort his feet out, and on the slide gets a second. Two back. And all of a sudden, the margin is 4.
Sliding doors moments considering there's so many in futsal, but how close Aku were to finding another. Too much loft on the ball. A slight invitation for the Blues. 10 minutes left. I need 5 unreturned. It's a tall order. But you never know.
Enrique Pimenta. Warner might just have kept the door ajar. He nearly had a moment to forget as the 5th, and here he is now, finding Sweden. On to Adam Cooper. Atay Ibrahim. Pressed by Francis Marr. Cooper. Lovely clip. Grigg did well. And Sweden will be quick to restart from the side. Cooper. They go again. Atay Ibrahim. Cooper. Pimenta. D'Souza. It's lovely futsal to find an opening for Atay Ibrahim. Set it for Cooper on the stretch. Ibrahim couldn't find Pimenta and it breaks down. And again, some time is sapped. Irwin went searching for Noamar, who had to hold it up and did. Aku just finding a way to see it through. Angelatos back on. Grigg, via a deflection, finds his way to Noamar, who spun Sweden. Ibrahim's block. Beauty of a ball for Adam Cooper, who's flashed it wide.
He went the near post, Cooper. Grigg must have shut the angle to go out of the far corner. Hit with such pace, hard and low. Perhaps the way to beat Grigg. Not far away, AC3.
He might get another look. Cooper shouldered it down for Ibrahim, who was surrounded by Violet. Cooper kept rolling. Fernandez went out in the way. Apostolakis was home anyway.
Cooper not pleased with RDS. It was hard work from AC3, but no D'Souza arriving.
Sweden on for Atay Ibrahim. Quick 1-2. Cooper. D'Souza looking this time! And the deficit is halved. In next to no time. Moreland have made their move. And Aku are now the ones in need of a response.
3 unreturned. Make that 2 unreturned rather from the Blues. There's a spring in their step now, and Sweden was heavy on the press. Fernandez. Lurking inside the D, it resides with Ma. And Cooper hits his hand. Cooper saying natural position. How's his protest? Where would you like me to put it? He asks the official. The Mars get things moving. Noah Ma try to spearing ball for Fernandez. The wind under the Aku sail, Ethan, just getting thinner.
And Morland can sense it. You saw Swedan's frustration and his angst missing out on that ball, just that he knew the break was on. The opportunities are opening themselves up.
Would have been a brilliant, incisive pass from Angelatos. Just too much weight on it. Ibrahim, Swedan advancing. Ibrahim, Cooper, Pimenta. Options left and right, goes backwards to Cooper. Ma went for broke. Cooper got his body in the way. It might have been goal bound too.
Important intervention from Adam Cooper. It looked like it was trying to find its way through. He got an all-important footing. Francis Ma might be unlucky. That looked goal bound. Froth mop needed quickly, just to calm things down a little bit. Moreland are on the charge.
Fernandez for Ma. D'Souza gets the ball back. Communicates just with Ibrahim, who deals with it. Apostolakis. Wasn't sure where to go. Cooper around Fernandez. Swedan keeps it in play. Blues lacking synergy. Can they find it inside these last 8 minutes? Cooper pressed by Angelatos, and Ma will settle the Aku nerves. Overplaying with the ball at the back, the Blues. Ma lined up and fired truly. It forced an Apostolakis or scramble, which he could never get to in time. As Milton Sakos calls for a timeout again. Extraordinary scenes at DCSS. It's 7-3 in favour of Melbourne Aku as we cross to a timeout break.
We return from timeout. Aku in 7th heaven. They lead the reigning champions 7-3 on a night which is quickly getting away from Moreland. Quickly getting away is the title race too, but they're not done yet. Swedan couldn't find Dos Santos. Angelatos! Oh. How about it? Why not? And just how good a way to round out your hat-trick. From inside his own area, Angelatos does the spectacular. It is out of this world, and Aku have 8.
Disbelief. Pure disbelief. It is. I don't think we've seen a level of performance from a side in some time. Yes, the Blues have not been anywhere near what they're accustomed to, but it is remarkable. 8 goals scored. Melbourne Aku, yes, they've had opportunities over the top, but their play from the get-go tonight, it's a really ominous message from Kumu's men. In transition, damaging, deadly damaging. And over the top, they've been just as clinical. With no one in between the sticks, they've had so many chances to score from. And it's paid them dividends on the scoreboard.
Grigg made a good save. On the dive again. Fernandez got a foot in, as he so often has. Pimenta couldn't find Cooper. And Ricky's reaction rather sums up the mood in the Moreland camp. Sums up the night up until now. Grigg. Aku are in dreamland. Angelatos, who's already got 3. Tussle with Swinand. Had to resort home. Apostolakis couldn't return it. It's been that kind of night. And Melbourne Aku. It's Fernandez with fizz wins a corner. Are relentless. Still knocking on the door. Fernandez went to the back stick, but it was too long for Francis Marr.
As a broadcaster, it is my job to provide the best possible vocal soundtrack to a contest. But I'd be lying right now if I wasn't to say that I'm stunned. It is, in all the 2 years of calling futsal, I've never seen a performance like this. On both ends of the spectrum. Unprecedented. That's what DCSS has provided us this year. And in a twisted way, it's been at the expense of the champions. Out of the Blues. Cooper. Pimenta, they're queuing up. Ibrahim arrived. Mar got in the way. 6 minutes on the clock. 6 unreturned to win. And that's all they can really want, the Blues. They don't need to draw, they need to win. If they are to have any chance of a last-ditch effort at the title. But as it's standing right now, with the energy in here, the way Aku have performed, it's like the headline has already been engraved. The attention might turn to that of the second clash, although Ibrahim has RDS on for the pass. He ran right into Angelatos. Shimpad went flying. In fact, it is. Yes, it will be. Angelatos's. Swinand. Cooper. Ibrahim. Pimenta. Kumu calling for a stoppage. Something's happened here. Trying to decipher what's going on right now. The mop being called upon. But Ethan Rigg, I need you to, just your thoughts on this. It is, I'm shocked. Like, it's genuinely stuttering. It is bizarre. Considering all the storylines heading into tonight, yes, it was going to be close, but I don't think anybody expected this.
It's unfathomable. Nobody coming into tonight saw this coming. We knew Aku might give Moreland a good game based on what happened last time. And we knew it would be close between these two sides because of how well a lot of these Aku boys know the Moreland system. But no one could have written this. Nobody could have expected it to be so convincing. It defies belief. It really does. And there's one way of putting it on that the champions have been shell-shocked. But Melbourne Aku have sent a message as well.
Swinand, bit heavy. Oscar Yee takes charge. He wanted in on it. Had Fernandez all by himself. He went for broke. Oh, wanting to join in on that quartet of goal scorers. And when you have the license to, you might as well. RDS, back to Cooper. Ibrahim. Lateral for Cooper. Pimenta. Ibrahim. Mara at best. That's all right with a good body position, although Ma tried to go around Cooper. Pimenta pushed him down. The Blues already incensed by tonight's game. Their frustrations taken out upon Francis Ma and the official. And if the wheels in the bus hadn't fallen off, that's the last one that's gone.
There's a decision to be made here. Adam Cooper protesting. Melbourne Aku warning the last man, warning some serious reprimand. Certainly an Aku free kick. Where do they go from here? No further punishment. An Aku free kick on a night where they have been imperious. You could not have picked this. You cannot write a script like this. The headlines write themselves. Marcus Fernandez, Yee, Angelatos was lurking, Cooper got a foot in. Bayrakli slipped and stumbled on it. Angelatos couldn't keep it alive. And again they have to hurry. Cooper. It's outrageous. It really is. It defies any sort of expectation. Melbourne Aku might have just crestfallen the defending champions. Still time to go, but Moreland needs 6 in 4 minutes. It would take a miracle. A real miracle. The side who are capable of late drama, are capable of the spectacular. Even this you feel is a stretch. And might it be that they are about to hand over the keys to the city, about to hand over the monarchy in and of itself to their fiercest rivals once again. Atai Ibrahim gets it back from Adam Cooper. These two just keep it, trying to shuffle Melbourne Aku around. Pimenta wanted to get involved. Cooper, Bayrakli, Pimenta arriving. Steered his effort well over.
That was their best move. Left and right, quick, incisive ball for Pimenta. It's always lofting.
Fernandez went looking for Angelatos, who's been up and down that flank all night. Only found Apostolakis. Atai Ibrahim. Game slowed all the way. Cooper, Barragos, Cooper, Ibrahim. Swidan, who's off, might be prepping to come back on. Bayrakli in the meantime. Atai Ibrahim, Cooper, Pimenta. Can they work an angle? Ricky went the go, and they'll have a corner. Taken quickly by Bayrakli. Ibrahim, Cooper, Barragos, Moreland. You get the feel now, rather just ticking down the seconds. The search ended a while ago. The party's been called in. The Blues, as it stands, are on the precipice of a downfall. Relinquish the crown, a season after reclaiming it for the first time in what felt like an eternity. There will be purple rain for Moreland. And they will be feeling blue as Cooper went a flash and fizzed it across.
Having a glimpse at the Aku bench, and well, they've been animated for each goal, but it's still all business. This has to be their most famous victory. I don't know what else. In the comments, let us know if there's been a more famous Aku win, but this would surely have to be an embodying message. A plain, outright Jane statement from Hume about the vision he's building at Melbourne Aku. I don't think you could write a better way to introduce yourself to the competition than a win against the champions in the fashion to which they've performed to tonight. It's utterly remarkable from those in violet. And they're only moments away. They're 2 minutes of stop clock futsal from in the men's competition, their most storied win. Asmar there with Cooper. Still an opportunity. Batagos, valiant right till the very end. Traps the ball. So the confusion, and it even transcends to the broadcast. We believed it was 5 fouls. That's why Cooper walked right to the penalty spot. It was a foul from where it had originally occurred from. Barakli. Even the officials perhaps bewildered by what they're seeing. Cooper. Last 90 minutes, or seconds rather. It's been that confusing as Ibrahim rattled it over the crossbar. Ethan Reed, it is shell-shocking.
It's undefinable.
It's hard to put it to words.
It's undefinable just how good Melbourne Aku have been. And on a night where Moreland title hopes get washed away in a purple rain, could we see perhaps a new prince step in to the series futsal royal house? Those in violet. QEMU side, they've been superb.
Over the top. Opportunity yet again. Oscar Yee handing the timeout card in to the officials. And dare I say, they want more. They are hungry for more. They want to really put another exclamation point upon this performance. Cooper, Batagos. Angelatos has not stopped in this game. It's just had it all to do. Aku don't want the timeout on the court.
Him and Marcus Fernandez tonight have been supreme. They've been the heartbeat of this side. They've done the engine work, and they gave them that head start, which has allowed them.
Greg, sorry, Ethan. Out of sight. Cooper will bleed the clock. Here's our consolation prize. Pimenta. Barakli. Ibrahim. Pimenta. Batagos. Cooper. Ibrahim spinning. Irwin. Bundled over. Barakli. Heavy touch. Out of play. As Aku do get their timeout. All a bit confusing the way it was issued. As we have a timeout break, Aku with a 5-goal lead. Aku with the timeout. Deep side ball in the defensive half. Mere seconds away. Greg launches long. Kuimu in the post-match Bound to be box office. Keep a tabs on the socials for such. And for all the words we haven't been able to flush out. Genuinely a stuttering, stifling, utterly incredible Aku performance right from the off. They stifled Moreland from the get-go. The champions have their crown slip, and Fitzroy against the Northern Phoenix have the opportunity to seal their 12th title. The end to the most compelling match at DCSS in the men's competition so far in the year 2025. Forget just the season. It's a headline which will echo all throughout the remaining weeks of the campaign. Moreland have had their crown slip off their heads. It's Melbourne Aku who fight 8 beyond the champions to win by 5 goals at the full-time scoreline. Melbourne Aku 8, Moreland Blues 3. Fernandez gets around Ibrahim, has the afterburners to do so, drew out Cooper, and a chance here for Melbourne Aku, in which they take. Now as well, the Blues unable to find an answer.
Amar off for Nakano, it's 2! Off the post and in! And
turn words, not too many we can repeat, but the key message getting across to Sweden. Finds D'Souza, that would have been such an instant reply.
Cooper goes at Connor Owen. Stepped aside from him, moved it on for Atai Ibrahim. Adam Cooper on the return, crashes the bar.
Just went wide.
Cooper, Atai Ibrahim. Stepping inside and Greg had to parry.
D'Souza holding things up, had the strength from Nakano. Was agile to escape, and now Fernandez has an opportunity. No KDS tonight for that of Milton Zakos to use. Cooper takes it on, had the angle against him.
On the break, around the top of the D.
Seamless, the pass to find D'Souza. Pimenta had to stumble, deflecting ball from Nakano.
Enrique Pimenta urged to keep moving it. Noamar got a foot in, and Nakano's on the march. Angalotos with him, he goes all on his own and hits the post. Amazing, dazing run from Nakano, and he might get another look. Picks Swinad's pocket, Angalotos with him, again goes alone, and this time finds the net! Still going as Angalotos, who sat 2 down, around Apostolakis, and Ibrahim on the line. Is then a mop up! And nearly ever so
have flown out the gate. The Blues need something. This their best chance. All for Aku players behind the ball. Is Sweden lasers.
And Oscar, he might go on the break, having picked Atai Ibrahim's pocket round Postolakis, who spilled it. Sweden off for Atai Ibrahim. Francis Mars on the charge, he's got options left and right. Xavier Fernandez is one, and threaded in by Francis Mars for four. So, crestfallen of Owen had a hit, and Porcelakis parried, gave it away to Nakano, who's hat-trick hunting, and flashed his effort just wide.
Now, referee on broadcast side, Nakano has options queuing up, and Xavier Fernandez joins the goal.
Omar on the charge, spun to Souza, sent it for his brother Francis.
We'll take something a bit higher on the shelf from that as Angelatos has an open net! And he scores from downtown! Zeus put down with a reverse pass. Ibrahim, back post Pimenta. Angelatos got in the way. Fernandez! Gee, they're getting long in. Angelatos nipping at the heels. Pimenta sends him down. Sudan kept play going to Souza. They claw one back. No, not.
A further six. Sudan. Souza, Angelatos in. No, Omar might have a look and roll his effort just wide. Took a loose touch and invited Owen. His challenge was good. Now Grigg went quickly. Fernandez has an open net! Spared. Sudan. Cooper. Ibrahim Pimenta didn't sort his feet out and on the slide gets a second. Action finds his way to Omar, who spun Sudan. Ibrahim's block. Beauty of a ball for Adam Cooper, who's flashed it wide. On for Atay Ibrahim. Big 1-2. Cooper. D'Souza lurking this time! And the deficit is halved.
So these last 8 minutes. Cooper pressed by Angelatos. And Ma will settle the up.
Getting away is the title race too, but they're not done yet. Sudan couldn't find Dos Santos. Angelatos, how about it?
It is, I don't think we've seen a level of performance from a side in some time. Yes, the Blues, Hamar are at best. Atay with a good body position, although Ma tried to go around Cooper. Pimenta pushed him down.
And so, for the final time tonight in Darebin, we take to court. However, an evening that many thought might be a continuation of the foregone narrative so far this season have had a spanner thrown right in the works. This now poses the chance to be Coronation Night. Fitzroy, who had the title ripped away from them by Moreland last season, on the road to reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs, are now at the castle gates. They have the abdication. All they need now is to go in, to take the crown and to sit upon the throne of Series Futsal once more. However, in their way is a Phoenix in need of riding from the ashes if they are to save themselves, to steer themselves to safety against the side who the last time they played, they gave them a real fright. It was the Jonathan Sapina show, although Fitzroy picked up all 3 points. Tonight, the same will be enough for the Tigers to be crowned champions of the land once again. Adam, a night that we would have foreseen perhaps in a few weeks has been moved up possibly a bit. It's hard to know what to make of the supposition that Fitzroy could be champions after this game.
12 titles, not far away for Fitzroy, you'd assume, considering though the Phoenix had a scare against them last time out. Fitzroy watched as the Blues stumbled against Arku, and I'm sure of all the motivation required to get the 3 points, which mathematically gives them title number 12. Aaron Yu has a mask on. He's in between the sticks. Parthamos, Rousseau, Robotis and Allen all on court. A plethora of substitutions spearheaded by Scott Rogan, returning from his recent futsal journey. While Jaron, Nepomuceno, Swool, Bryant and Price all at the picking of Jimmy Soufis and company. The Phoenix without Giovanni Stellitano, enjoying an international break. His own right, going from out of Vietnam to Bali, Indonesia. Although Hogan joins the likes of Sapina, Biliansky and Sess Makula all on court. Lewis not starting tonight in between the sticks. The responsibility on the Phoenix number 1.
Real shuffling of the Fitzroy pack. In terms of tonight, that bench fully launched. Tom Montfroy in between the sticks for Northern Phoenix. Was also in goal the last time this fixture was played. Equipped himself rather nicely. It's Biliansky. Sapina just tucked in. Fitzroy will know about the threat in which he possesses. And here is the Spaniard. Wanted to go at Allen, who picked his pocket. Allen on for Parthamos. Around Hogan and flashed it wide. It was piercing from Parthamos. And all it lacked was him picking out the top corner.
Seamless the way he just glided the ball onto his left. He's disappointed, Cannon. So I've not found the net, but whiskers away.
Biliansky on for Sess Makula. Sapina. Phoenix wanting some early possession. Hogan. Sapina. Waited on Hogan. Sapina wanted to go at Allen again. Sess Makula on for Biliansky. Sapina. Phoenix, of course, needing an upset of their own. We couldn't have 2 in one night, could we? Script writers would have been going overtime if that were to be the case. It's not even they could foresee something like that. Sess Makula. Hustle by Rousseau. Parthamos picked off again. 1-on-1 with Hogan. Nice. Parthamos takes his time. Clipped it into Robotis. Around Sess Makula. Not away from Biliansky. Sapina comes to lend a helping hand. Rousseau quickly on the press. And Phoenix again are able to calm it all down. Biliansky. On for Hogan. Sapina. Just happy to hold the game up, play it on his terms. Hogan. Sesmakula. Allen, hot on his tail, quick on the press, away from Robotis. Allen stayed with Trevor Sesmakula. Still not able to find a way through. Biliansky tried to belt it away. Sesmakula now leads the break, one which he was forced to check back from. Allen got back in quick time. Hogan. Sapina. On the switch for Biliansky. Robotis interested, as was Parthamos. Sesmakula steered it and got it back from Hogan. His touch was loose. Allen, Robotis, Russo out the other way for Parthamos. Fitzroy haven't seen a lot of it early. Allen.
And Sapina. Ethan, just a quick note. Not too pleased with Sesmakula. Real opportunity for Trevor to look at Aaron Yu. And you could see by the body language from Sapina, he was not pleased at all as the ball just skidded away. Although at the other end, it's Russo. Monfroy committed. The sniper, as his shot blocked by Hogan, he's going to have an enormous shift tonight if Phoenix are to find anything from the match. Parthamos receiving from the corner. Working back, Aaron Yu. Russo. Waits the movement, flicking for Parthamos. Well way to ball to find him. Robotis will be there rather to just tap it home. The move all stemming from the sniper. The cannon latched on and Robotis finished. And Fitzroy have hit the front.
Terrific. A really, really well worked move. Robotis just rolled away, completely unmarked to the back stick. Parthamos made a very smart run. He was found beautifully. And it's a wonderful opening goal. Is that the one that gets the party started for Fitzroy?
And Jimmy Soufis took no time at all to just introduce Corey Swall and Rogan into the mix. Having scored, two players very instrumental and looking to be effective. Sesmakula gets around Swall and tested Aaron Yu. Hogan's header on the follow-up blocked by Russo. Corner Phoenix.
It's a good response. Just to go at it, Sesmakula clearly took Sapina's advice on board as well.
Hogan. Thought he had a corner. Aaron Yu, the recipient of the ball. Swall. Oh, Jaron itching to get on. Rogan, first touch. Parthamos. Corey Swall. Parthamos. Fitzroy moving in unison. Swall, Rogan. Lovely combination between the two. Sesmakula. Evasive. Flicks for Hogan. Not around Swall. Nepomuceno now has a glance left and right. Swall has Rogan in the centre. He has Nepomuceno. He went himself. Monfroy with a save. The Tigers all like a pack, Ethan, just knowing each other's movements. So much synergy, so much connection. And Swall had all the options. Monfroy made the save. Back in possession, Corey Swall. Nepomuceno. Rogan. Swall. There with Hogan, twisting and turning. Corey Swall. Monfroy adjusting to make the save.
And the Tigers have bared their teeth early, and they're just ripping through Northern Phoenix at the moment. Corey Swall is smooth, and he's looked smooth since he's come on. Just delightful, the way he combined with Rogan. It's an audacious little flick, but it's delicious to open up the space. They're just a team who are sensing an opportunity to steal the league title at the moment. And currently, Northern Phoenix are holding in there, but Fitzroy look more likely of getting a second. As well, Jarin worked it back for Rogan. This time he couldn't quite find Swall. Eager looks at the time. A solitary Harry Robotis goal to 0. Biliansky. Can Northern Phoenix conjure to get themselves back in the game? Zacharias. Phoenix trying to find their way through. Nepomuceno hold on the press, and to good effect. And a very sharp start from Fitzroy. Rogan. Steered it on for Sewell. Araha went to press. Rogan. While Jarin then came across. Rogan, Sewell, couldn't quite steer it back for him. They've been able to work their way around, particularly Araha and Jaden Watson, since they've come on quite well. Sewell's corner, Widloff, Nepomuceno on the volley. Saw it queued up viciously. Gave it a hit with searing pace. But sliced across it at the crucial moment.
Phoenix just trying to make things go through Biliansky. But Fitzroy Ethan not firing on all cylinders. I don't necessarily need to right now. As well, Jarin and Nepomuceno came together. A nice firm press from the duo, and they get the ball back to the Tigers.
While Jarin's in a rush, Rogan, Sewell. Sakurai Jarin darted. Sewell went alone and slashed his effort over. Gave it a real wild hit. Did the Australian international. It's Biliansky. Watson. Zacharias. Waited on Araha, who dropped in. Araha not around Sewell. Watson took over. Again has Sewell to go at, who is hot on the press. Watson really backed in. Nowhere to go. Tigers circling, waiting to pounce, and while Jarin did on Zacharias. Fitzroy already en route for title number 12. Rogan with a foot in, but the first one from Wild Jarin was a foul. Just a couple of hushes. Phoenix taking the sting out of the situation. Biliansky. Raha dropped in, Sewell went to shield, Nepomuceno did so on Watson. Aaron Yu went quickly, Araha's slide prevented Sewell from getting there. Fitzroy taking these side balls with some serious impotence. Sewell. Oh, big challenge on Biliansky, one that he nearly won out. Biliansky still twisting and turning and slipping and stumbling, got back to his feet and then was met with Wild Jarin, who's on the charge. Rogan advancing while Jarin couldn't steer it. Zacharias in the nick of time allowed Montfroy to come and clear it.
Big protest from Suleiman Mohammed. He's convinced that his player was impeded in the build-up. Nothing doing him, while Jarin only eyes for the sticks as he ventured forward. Sewell. Rogan awaits the movement of Wild Jarin. Shift of direction from Saka Wild Jarin. Off the line, Biliansky. Desperate for a spell. Nepomuceno rolling. Falters back to Aaron Yu. Sewell. Nepomuceno. Wild Jarin. Rogan. Sewell. Lots of body. Recycled. Rogan took it on. He flashes it across the face of Montfroy's goal.
And that's what Sewell brings to this side. One of the many elements. His hold-up play is incredible. The way that he's able to hold Watson off and just allow the space to open up for Rogan to roll into. And the ball to find him is terrific. But it's just that ability to occupy a man and open up a pocket for somebody else for a team that moves so quickly.
Oh, why not have a go? That's what Watson was thinking. And Yu had to prop up. Flu season Aaron Yu perhaps tonight, but it won't prevent out of the futsal roof from conducting business as per usual. Has the Bunnings paint mask on, I believe, Aaron Yu. As Swool Rogan got his body in the way, measured the ball to Scott Rogan. It's a trademark Fitzroy goal from their captain. He started it, he gave it to Swool, received it back and finished. Fitzroy double their advantage. They're staring down the barrel of title number 12.
Sensational from Corey Swool. The weight on this ball is wondrous. Rogan times his run to perfection. He's got the pace to get there, and he just fires it beyond Monfroy. Did him purely for placement and for pace. It's an emphatic finish.
Raha Nepomuceno. The official doesn't like it. And Fitzroy will happily take the foul.
And worth noting, last time these two teams met, Phoenix accumulated 5 fouls and were in excess of 5 fouls in both halves. So it's something perhaps they need to keep an eye on this evening and not give away something silly like Araha just did with Nepomuceno.
Swoop rolls it. Allen. Araha got very instinctive with a potential clearance. Monfroy said, "Get out of my house," and got rid of it. Rain hitting the DCSS roof. The sky falls for the Blues. It opens again for Fitzroy if it remains the same result mathematically. Well, Jaron Araha trying to bully while Jaron off the ball. They wrestle together. Jaron just letting Araha. Perhaps he's got the size advantage on Saka. Know that it's not about the size of the dog in the fights, the size of the fight in the dog.
And he kept his cool there, Saka, while Jaron. He could so easily have lashed out on that occasion, but you could hear the second that kicked off, everybody on the Fitzroy bench just said, don't do it. Just don't go into it, because it's unnecessary. In the situation of the game, he doesn't need to do anything silly. And fair play to Saka, he does the right thing and he keeps his head.
Araha withstood the pressure of Nepomuceno.
He's not making many friends out there, is he, Araha, at the moment?
That'll boil, I'm sure. Allen. Old Jaron. Which way is Saka going to steer towards? Nepomuceno finds Allen. Player resumes. Swool went the back post where Nepomuceno was lurking. Araha yet again, Ethan, in the build-up play, just causing some havoc off the ball.
Certainly had an eventful opening half. Araha so far. It's Hogan. On for Zacharias. And here is Araha. That's a lovely return for Zacharias. And Aaron Hume has made a good save at his near post at the expense of a corner. Open them up ever so quickly. Phoenix corner. Araha once again. Tried to steer it centrally. Russo got in the way. You gathered and then went looking. Hogan with a good read. Allen in retreat. Hogan went early and rattled his effort wide.
Don't mind that at all from Hogan. Could have opted to play it to either flanker, but went solo. Aaron New had to stretch. Though it wasn't tested. It just keeps Aaron New on his toes. Moments like those. And if Hogan's there to spearhead that campaign for Phoenix, it's not a bad thing.
Robotis. On for Allen. Robotis once again. Russo. Oh, a lovely skip to get around Alilek. Squared it for Allen. On for Robotis. It's beautiful futsal. Ferocious from Fitzroy. Russo the architect. Allen moved it on. And Robotis applied the finishing strokes to yet another masterpiece. It's a glorious move. Phoenix carved thoroughly, like a knife through butter, ever so smooth, from a side who are gunning to reclaim the crown. A quick fire treble, and perhaps the celebrations are starting to begin. Phoenix have a corner. Can they find a reply? First time these two teams met was one of the games of the season. Fitzroy won 8-7 in a thriller. Went right down to the very last. Hogan gave it a hit. He sprung himself across and got a hand. Corner taken from Zacharias. Hogan, Biliansky, who's been reinstated. Went with Loff for Sesmakula. Russo nodded it on and then flicked it only as far as Sesmakula. Hogan. On the switch for Alilek, who's away from Parthamos, away from Allen, around Russo! And Robotis had to intervene before a stunning solo effort nearly found the net. Corner quickly for Hogan. Biliansky. Sesmakula. Robotis hot on his heels. Biliansky. Alilek dropped, darted, dropped. And Biliansky gave it away to Russo, who had many flooding forward, one of whom was Allen! And Monfroy made a good save down low. In fact, it hit the base of the post. Biliansky. Hogan. Sesmakula. Phoenix slowing it down. Sesmakula face to face with Parthamos. Alilek. Biliansky. Had a lot of possession in this opening half. Haven't been able to do too much. Here's Sesmakula. Hogan. Again, had a look. Sesmakula stole in and steered one back. The clean sheet's blemished. And perhaps, maybe, just maybe, a small shower on the coronation party.
Well, Sesmakula's been popping up in areas. When you think about how he was nearly in when the scores were at a deadlock. His feet had not adjusted in time. That rekindles a Phoenix comeback and some fight perhaps for them, but it also rectifies a real missed opportunity, which Sesmakula had when this game was in the balance on the scoreboard. And following that goal to claw them back into the game, Phoenix might just have something to say to Fitzroy, especially when you think back to that infamous clash at the start of this second season rather, in the year, as Monfroy had to deny a quick response from Robotis, palmed away for a corner. Monfroy again at the near post, denying Allen. No Pep Filio tonight for the Tigers. Allen, lovely flick that is from the MVP candidate perhaps of Cosi Russo. Acrobatic with the finish. It's delightful, it's cheeky, it's Cosi Russo. It's stylish. And that might just put him in contention.
Some might say it's even regal. Just the way that he stole in again. Russo times the run to perfection. And someone who's been so valuable to this title charge for Fitzroy is again putting his name in lights in the Golden Boot hunt, and ever present when tasked with putting the ball in the net. Few do it better. And that is another glittering example as of why.
Parthamos might be in here, a ball roll. Strutting their stuff. Fitzroy really enjoying this perhaps right now. They're able to manufacture scoring opportunities. Phoenix having a difficult time containing the Tigers. Sesmakula. Yansky was there. Sesmakula. Alilek. Watson. Dragged out of play.
And that's where they've been so good, Fitzroy, so far. On the defensive end, they've not allowed Phoenix to be able to play possession in a dangerous area. They've been very happy to sit off and let them keep it in their own half. But the second they step over halfway, the options and the movement slows down because they're closed up. Biliansky. Went down the line for Watson. Robotis had a task on his hands and saw it all the way back through to Aaron Yu. Quickly on for Rogan. Corey Swall. Fitzroy storming. Truly on the march. Rogan ahead of Sess McCullough. Gave it away to Ali Lex. Swall went and won it back. Short of options. Rogan took a touch off Sess McCullough and trickled out of play. Parthamos to reset. And how his homecoming. He would love to be crowned as part of the new reigning house in series futsal. I'm sure Fitzroy's homecoming kid would like a goal on the night that it's decided as well. The Saul, and here is Parthamos, who had Robotis with him. Parthamos, Robotis went alone and flashed it over. It's a golden glimmer again. Phoenix left completely exposed at the back. However, the Tigers couldn't make them pay.
Before the half-time break, we'll have a glimpse at the live ladder. History not far again away from being made for the side in white and blue. As Swall played the 1-2, tried to get inventive, had backtracking players to get around. Monfroy for Sess McCullough. Zacharias. Watson, Sess McCullough, Robotis, right place, right time, Rogan. Shifting, Parthamos, first time Robotis. Swall wanting it. Parthamos calming things down. Swall, lovely ball it was to Rogan. The setup played to training ground-esque perfection. And that's one way to describe Fitzroy so far this season. It's just been a different feel. And I think back to the first night where they locked horns with Aku, Ethan. From the moment they stepped onto the court, judging by their kits, the way they strutted into DCSS, the men's side were firmly not here to play. They were here to win. They were here to win in an invincible fashion. More on that in a sec. As we do cross to a timeout, Jimmy Soufis, inside the last minute and 34 seconds, has issued the case to be a quick team talk with the troops. 4-1 the score, Fitzroy in front. Timeout break. Rogan from the corner. Nepomuceno the recipient. Monfroy over the top. Zacharias. Sess McCullough came a long way. Araha. Gets it back from Biliansky. Araha. Sess McCullough. Back to Araha. Chopping onto his left. Allen played block. Nepomuceno has Scott Rogan. back to Nepomuceno. It's like clockwork. Tick, tick, tick. Boom, go Fitzroy. They're 4 to the good. They have their 5th. And Nepomuceno is in on the goal scoring act.
And it's 5-star on the break. The ball from Allen to find Rogan is terrific. Nepomuceno just continues his run to the back stick and is found by a ball with perfect pace, perfect timing, and he gives a perfect finish to what has been a perfect half of futsal from Fitzroy. It's been 5 stars. They've been faultless. As they so often have been this season, they have been absolutely faultless.
It's got some people jumping out of their seats around us, the performance in which Fitzroy are playing at right now. And they're going to head into half-time with things all mathematically wrapped up. Biliansky for a late scare. The live ladder update moments away. The season might end prematurely. Champions, which they were only in Thomastown up until this point. In the new Darebin era, they've been yet to taste out of the SFV Premiership. But they are in a commanding seat to do so. They set the tone from the beginning of the season. Phoenix wanted a timeout. They'll get it. They had to bark at the official, who perhaps was in a different world at that moment in time. 5 on the score. Phoenix side ball upon the resumption of play.
We return from timeout for the final time before the break. Phoenix side ball, Biliansky off while Jarin. They couldn't take one with him, could they? Rogan in the nick of time. Montfroy saved. Nepomuceno crashed. And as things are right now, at the end of a 5-star opening half, Fitzroy will be crowned champions of Series Futsal for the 12th time. The first time in Darebin. They'd be 8 clear with 2 to play. They'd be mathematically out on their own, impossible to catch. And currently, they're only 20 minutes away as they lead Northern Phoenix 5-1 at half-time.
Of Sapina, Biliansky, Sess McCall.
All on court. Lewis not starting.
To go with Allen, who picked his pocket. Allen on for Parthamos, around Hogan and flashed it wide.
Waits the movement, flicking for Parthamos. One way to ball to find him. Robotis will be there.
Since they've come on quite well. Saul's corner, Whitloff, Nepomuceno on the volley. Ability to occupy a man and open up a pocket for somebody else for a team that moves so quickly.
Oh, why not have a go? Nice gone, I believe, Aaron Hume. As Rogan got his body in the way, measured the ball to Scott Rogan. It's a trademark Fitzroy goal.
Russo, a lovely skip to get around Alilek. Squared it for Allen, on for Robotis. It's beautiful futsal. One of the games of the season. Fitzroy 1-8-7 in a thriller. Went right down to the very last. Hogan gave it a hit. He sprung himself off. Hasn't been able to do too much. Seth McCullough. Hogan. Again, had a look. Seth McCullough stole in and steered one back.
Video tonight. For the Tigers. Allen. Lovely flick. That is from the MVP candidate, perhaps, of course. Parthamos might be in here. A ball roll. Night that it's decided as well. The Saul, and here is Parthamos, who had rope. One half, 20 minutes of stop clock futsal, which is all that separates Fitzroy from what they believe is their destiny. At the moment, 5-1 will do. They will be champions for a 12th time. They will reclaim a crown which they believe should never, ever have left their clutches. Some people might have thought it was the downfall of a dynasty, but the adjustments made have ensured that the Tigers have come roaring back to round out the calendar year. If Northern Phoenix are to pull off something, it would take the spectacular, it would take the truly dumbfounding in order for them to try and find a way out. But Sakawal Jarin's on the march. Montfort came and the effort was steered wide. As we've alluded to, from opening night, they looked imperious. Although it wasn't in white, it was in canary on that occasion. Restored to that colour, synonymous with this club. And if you know your history, you know just how dominant they've been. And while Jarin's on the charge to start the second half, went on his own, Montfort made the save. Ricocheted for Araha, while Jarin, from one end to another, on this occasion got a foot in. Sapina. Hogan. Zacharias. Not beyond Swall. Suleiman Mohammed perhaps just asking the question about that contact on Sapina not too long ago. And here is the Spaniard, wanting to spin away from Swall on the switch for Hogan, who just about kept it alive. Zacharias. Nepomuceno was lurking. Zacharias in the nick of time got there. Now has Rogan to contend with and can't quite steer it beyond the Fitzroy skipper. Not quite perhaps that time around, but all considered, Ethan. So much for the Phoenix to try and do, and when you think about how the league's started to shape up, the playoffs all really to play for, and the Phoenix are involved in that trio of teams vying to keep themselves from avoiding that automatic relegation position. And on cue, it's Araha who bundles in from close range amidst the scramble. They claw one back to those in black and aqua.
First of the second half goes the way of a team at the other end of the table who themselves are in need of a bit of a pick-me-up. Could that be the spark? While Jarin went dancing, Sapina picked his pocket. He tried to tango with the Spaniard, who shifted beyond everybody, and Aaron Yu made a save. And a very good one at that, perhaps an important one. What a turn from Nepomuceno, who started to go. While Jarin, Swall, well Jarin, Monfroy on the first and on the second. What a double save.
Brilliant double save, Monfroy. Unreal bit of keeping. Save of the week.
Outstanding from the Phoenix shot stopper. Rogan to Al Jarrett, who was just the victim of that double deny. Rogan wants to go on his own and flash the effort just wide. Phoenix having to withstand an instant Fitzroy surge. Hogan. Assess McCullough. Had Sapina down the line while Jarin hot on his heels and Saul is stalled in. He's on his own with Wild Jarin. Saul went alone and stood in a sixth. And having been questioned, having been poised, the would-be champions roll on and get the next.
And the body language of those on court for the Phoenix doesn't paint a good picture. Sapina not pleased again. And he's not making it very subtle, perhaps. Ethan, he's pretty animated. He's pretty willing to let his teammates know he's not best pleased. As the Spaniards now spinning with possession. Flicks for Araha. Hogan now in the fixo. Sapina stepping higher. Rogan. Drifting ball. Nepomuceno. Parthamos. Araha shifting the cannon wide. Nepomuceno. Lovely flick for Parthamos. Hogan with Sesmakula. They can escape here, the Phoenix. Nowhere to go. Sesmakula looked for the cavalry. Sapina had his feet planted. And that's the narrative starting to unfold, perhaps.
His reaction to that ball spoke 1,000 words. There, Jonathan Sapina. Not best pleased with Sesmakula's haste in which he went to turn. As well, Jarin. Went all the way back for Allen. Out the other way for Rogan. Fitzroy searching. Rogan stepped aside of Araha. Stepped beyond Sesmakula. Sapina went to pick his pocket. It's steered for Parthamos. Around Monfroy. And it's made its way over the line. And on Coronation Night, it is Fitzroy's comeback kid who joins the party. Return to where it all began at season start. And now perhaps destined on his return to be a champion. And Fitzroy, you get the feeling, have lifted the crown. It's being polished and engraved. 12th of their name to take a seat upon the throne. This is truly a dominant dynasty of this sport. Certainly in this part of the world. Hogan, Sapina. Tried to roll around Russo. Still going as Sapina. Waited on Watson and Rogan watched the run.
Sapina really taking matters into his own hands, perhaps. Wants the movement around him time and time again, but will happily hold on to the ball for as long as he can. Hogan lost it. Russo found Rogan. Threads it. No, in fact, he doesn't. Russo not too pleased. Well, perhaps taking a leaf out of Sapina's book. Well, we wouldn't really touch on it, but Ethan, considering there's only so much we can decipher about the game so far, it's just a narrative that's poking its head out in this one. Body language of Jonathan Sapina.
He's looked a bit disheartened at times, it's safe to say tonight. Nothing too untoward. You're allowed to be disappointed with the way the game is going. I think it's mainly because of that.
You definitely have English heritage, Ethan. He reminds me of Jordan Pickford. Not looking pleased, although doing his job.
I get to see that every week.
Just with, as an Evertonian as well, yes, I suppose you might, but just that look of almost sheer discomfort. Perhaps these teammates, Parthamos caught it so sweetly off the volley. That woke us up. Sapina went for a spin, fell back to Biliansky, let it roll out of play. From nowhere, Parthamos.
It's a lovely volley as well, wasn't it? Caught it ever so sweet. Montfroy with a good reaction and a very good save.
Oh! Biliansky clips the posts. Sapina combining with the overlapping player. Corner. Sapina. Tangoing with Rogan. Sapina. Rogan nipping at the heels. Sesmakula. Biliansky. Watson. Not around Russo. Adjusts his feet. Couldn't find Parthamos. Miscommunication and Russo. Massive tackle, Watson. Despite the Biliansky blunder, Watson in the nick of time. Rogan. Hop, skip. A dispatch. Body in the line stuff. And Watson showcasing some willpower.
Two very good interventions from Watson. The first one, Biliansky had a wild swing at Parthamos on the way through. And the second was a cutout from a back post runner. It's Russo of the Parthamos. Quick 1-2 with Allen. Russo once again. Fitzroy taking the sting out of the situation. Allen, Robotis. Steered for Parthamos. Oh. Wanted to roll it on for Russo. It's the right idea. The ball just had too much weight on it. He's somebody who, having come back into the fore at Fitzroy, perhaps took his time to adjust. Not that the performances were bad, but you just take time, even when returning to familiar surroundings. But now Elias Parthamos truly entrusted, truly restored, and showcasing some of his best once more. And he gives Robotis a helping hand in a scramble, which Allen comes out of, and Robotis kept on the charge. Allen went early, perhaps urging Harry to fling a boot at it, but he wasn't quite able to.
Watson remaining on the court. Says McCullough having a breather. Here is Watson. Sapina. Biliansky. Watson will get this one started again. Oscar Bryant ready to come on. Youth Academy project of the Tigers. All smiles at the moment. A futsal enthusiast. Lies his trade on a Sunday. Been in and around the senior team of the Tigers for some time. Now on the court. Hugo's long Robotis. Lovely touch. And here is Oscar Bryant with his first couple of touches. Tried the chip on the man mountain of Montfroy.
Terrific run from him as well. Just to peel off Robotis effortlessly. And you can see he's bursting with confidence. He's a guy who's been in the goals a lot in the youth competition recently. Bagged a hat-trick last weekend. Oscar Bryant, he's in great touch. And he nearly showcased it again then.
A real desire to play futsal and excel within the sport. Personification of Fitzroy youth prodigy. Sapina. Swool. That's an intriguing battle between the two. Swool. Aaron New. Wanting license to stroll forward. Bryant just drifting more central. You wanted him to remain wider. And well, Ethan, considering that the die is almost cast in terms of the championship race in Season 2 of 2025, there's been many talking points throughout the campaign so far, but playoffs again in the men's competition, the focal point of the remainder of the season, as it has been in the past. Futsal still to be played, and well, the likes of Hume, Phoenix, Thornbury in the mix. Arku's safe. So if we have a look at the live ladder in terms of the bottom end of it, let's have a look at what can still transpire in the remaining games. Phoenix, following tonight, will be on only 7 points with 10 games played. Thornbury, 6 points. Where it gets intriguing is Hume are inside that of the playoffs. They are 4 points clear of the Northern Phoenix. Sapina, more on that in a moment. Biliansky, it queued up. There was two awaiting a cutback. It was Zacharias who tested you. He got back in time, the futsal route.
Very good goalkeeping from Aaron Hume. Did the right thing, Biliansky, by setting it back for Zacharias. It's just a terrific save. He doesn't do an awful lot wrong, apart from be on the other end of some excellent goalkeeping.
Pascoe Vale, upon their return next week, could be up against the champions and their longest rivals in SFV history out of the Tigers. Arku, on the other hand, have Northern Phoenix. So the race for third place still remains firmly on between Arku and Pascoe Vale. Hume, mathematically possible, but they need a lot to go right for that to be the case for a best finish outside the playoffs. Robotis drilling it low. It's a Montfroy disaster. Through the gates of the keeper. They're not far away now, Ethan. They're not far away from title number 12, are the Tigers.
Montfroy with a moment to forget. Perhaps sums up the night for Northern Phoenix. But for Fitzroy, they cannot put a foot wrong tonight. They have not put a foot wrong this season. They've been imperious. It has been an almighty turnaround from this side, who gave it a go. The warning signs were there at the back end of last season. Approaching 20 unbeaten. Approaching yet another invincible season. It would be a second in 3. Going to continue on yet another league title. And where they were truly the kings of Thomastown, this will be their first trip to the throne in Darebin. And at the moment they're doing it in some style. Just go back to that playoff place. Phoenix still in trouble of an automatic spot. Hume, you would imagine, have got 5th all but sewn up for now. It would take something strange for them to finish in the top 4 at Pascoe Vale's expense. However, as Swall storms forward while Jared and Nepomuceno with him, O'Raha got a foot in. Phoenix might be in damage limitation mode. Biliansky's on his own and has chipped his effort wide. Game got stretched. And just when it did, Phoenix nearly had an opening to chalk one back.
It's a great ball from Zacharias. Nepomuceno taking the mick. Bryant bundling home. But it's all on Jafari Nepomuceno. A deft touch, delightful from the man from Curaçao. And the prodigy of Bryant there to capitalise. And Fitzroy just continue to flex their muscles. A 7-goal deficit.
It's wonderful from Nepomuceno. It's cracking from the man from Curaçao. His touch was deft. And the ball to Brian was delightful. He got a lot of contact, which Jimmy Soufis didn't seem too happy about. But Oscar Bryan has looked lively since coming on. He nearly scored with his second touch and now does. Zaraha lost out to Nepomuceno, couldn't steer it for well. Jarin, Araha took over. Nepomuceno went and won it. Saul then came crashing in. Zacharias, Biliansky. Brian got a block in, it'll be a corner. One which was taken quickly. Saul. Araha, Aaron, you came a long way. And we'll win a free kick. Araha will have a word as well. And will go in the book for an accumulation. 3 fouls and a yellow for Araha. On a rather sordid night for Northern Phoenix. It's all going to plan for Fitzroy. The carpet is laid out. The crown to be bejewelled is polished. It's engraved. And the gemstones this time are yellow, white and blue. Romario Barjo seeing the funny side of it. It's Biliansky. Alilek. Away from Salt into Araha. Biliansky. Alilek once more. Can't quite get beyond Salt. Zacharias. Araha.
Oh.
Bryant was circling. The ball finds touch.
When you think back to that Moreland Fitzroy game we witnessed on the 3rd of October back in round 7. 5-5 draw. Could have gone either way. It's both sides at their best. It's just bemusing how since then, Ethan, it must be said, the wheels on the Moreland bus just started to, well, not exactly fall off. They were in form before tonight's blunder, but you think back to the Aku draw, which put them behind the 8 ball. That was in round 3. 2 draws they experienced. Just had things all rely on the final day of the season. And of course, Fitzroy to drop points. It's intriguing now to how Pascoe Vale line up next week against, well, soon-to-be champions. Whether they'll try blemish their imperfect record. While Jarin for Nepomuceno hits the post. Everybody finding that comical. Had Saka turned it onto the post. Araha at the other end, nice touch. Rogan, bobbling ball, Sess McCullough. Araha. What's happened at, meanwhile, Monfrey's end, Ethan? Have Jarin got the final touch?
It was a full stretch, but he wasn't able to get a touch on it. Nepomuceno's hit the post, and those laughs and slight groans were about the fact that while Jarin was just so close yet so far to get on the end of it. Would have capped a very good performance again from Fitzroy's number 17, and they go 5th. Josh Allen in the fly, why not? He sensed the champagne's been popped. And Allen, Nepomuceno through the legs of Bob Freud in. With style and with flair. With Curaçaoan cheek. Nepomuceno adds another. Corks popped, and it is flowing freely for Fitzroy. Regal, truly regal, beyond comparison. Adorned in royal and white. And now in the 5th, Allen, Parthamos, Rogan. How many do they want to take with them? Rogan once more. Parthamos rolled his effort just wide. And Montfroy in some hurry for Sess McCullough. Couldn't quite keep it in. It's not just the draw with Melbourne Aku you think back to for Moreland. You think about the defeat to Pascoe Vale. and the rather ignominious fashion in which that game slid away from them. Might be the night that the title slid away as well. They gave it everything. But this time, Moreland will wait. Fitzroy knowing that they are inside 5 minutes from title number 12. Rogan and Allen keeping it between themselves. Well, Jarin had just worked a yard. Allen. Rogan. Parthamos, while Jarin, they might walk it in. Nepomuceno, in fact, has truly thumped that into orbit.
Monfroy goes long. Nepomuceno not around Zachariah. Zacharias rather. Phoenix wanted the timeout. They wanted it earlier, they didn't get it, but they finally do have it. Fitzroy minutes away from number 12, which is the same amount of goals and which have been scored in this one. Fitzroy with 10 of them, Phoenix with 2. We have a timeout break.
We return from timeout, mere minutes away from for the 12th time. Fitzroy will be crowned the champions of the land. They have done so imperiously, as have many of the others. Again, they go to the 5th man, Josh Allen. What a story he's had, especially in this calendar year. Back as a champion in some time, as Elias Parthamos too. Homecoming. One of the big moves of the winter window during the off-season. And he will be rewarded with a championship. Here's Allen. Rogan. Russo. Back for Scott Rogan. Wanted to go at Araha. Allen. Robotis, Russo's on his own. Zacharias got across, and it'll be a corner.
Josh Allen. Rogan. Out of play for Russo. Not many times you'll hear that passage uttered in a sentence. Things just starting to solidify in the men's competition. The year nearly closing out. Monfroy. Mistake from the keeper. It's been a tough night for him. And Robotis, who always finds a late goal, has a gift. And that really is a mere footnote on this one. Perhaps wanting 12 to indicate 12 titles. They've got one more goal to get before they can do so. They have 3 minutes of futsal for that to be the case. They lead by 9. 11 goals to 2. And well, the Phoenix, it was being spoken about pre-game from that of Sully Muhammad. Got to come out firing, got to come out intense. It was almost as if it's always going to be a tough order, especially against Fitzroy this season. We think back to that opening match against Darku. The moment they walked onto the court, before they'd even kicked the ball, I remember discussing about just how they looked in unison, in appearance with each player, how serious, just by their staunch appearance, they seemed to be in the competition. That was before a ball was kicked.
It looked like something shifted. It really did. It looked like something shifted that evening. Now, we were either going to be in for an all-time great title race, or the Fitzroy would find a way to make it number 12. The latter has transpired. Moreland with 2 defeats in the run-in. Nice Parthamos in the book, but it will matter not. But just from that opening night, you could sense that there was a real air of, okay, there really, really, really are 2 teams who will throw the kitchen sink at it this season, at least. At least. And Fitzroy, out of all of them, have been the ones at their best, and they're still hungry for more. Robotis not able to turn it on for Russo.
Just think about how, since that opening night, the real deal may turn out to be Parthamos, upon his prodigal son return to Fitzroy, has the story in his own right ready to not just be one of imagination, but of reality. The question really now is similar to what we've been asking in recent years. Where does it go from here upon the new calendar year, mind you, in 2026? How everything might just change, but if one thing is to remain the same, it's hard to deny that of Fitzroy, no matter which competition they may play in. It won't matter what court they're playing on either. Russo finds another. Allen will see out the game in between the sticks. They've hit their 12th in terms of goals in this contest, but the title, that of their 12th, just under that of a minute 30 until it's all mathematically done. Alilek and Robotis in a tussle. Alilek will come away with the ball. Ethan Rigg, of course, with the Nationals coming up. It's in Gold Coast at the start of January. The Futsal Oz Nationals starting on the 4th of January. Keep your eyes on those as well. All the junior competitions, under 23s as well. But in terms of the national competition for futsal, Fitzroy won it last year. They enter it in the men's competition as the defending champions. I'm sure those from interstate are watching with a real watchful eye as to what they can do. It's a safe assumption they're not going to make the trip up north to participate. They want to come home with silverware and really solidify themselves as the impetus side in the country. That's their next ambition. That's their next goal. There's still time in the women's competition for things to transpire. Their men's side moments away from reigning true again. They haven't yet in Darebin. And as the clock ticks down, tonight will ever be forever remembered as the 12th time that the Fitzroy Tigers lift the SFV Premiership. Parthamos gets his homecoming story. Jimmy Soufas finds another. They get it done yet again. They reclimb the mountain. Etchmore history. They are truly futsal's best club, not just in Victoria, make it Australia. And they climb the top of the summit again. Fitzroy are your champions for Season 2 in 2025 in convincing fashion. They did it within 12 weeks of competition, Ethan. Not leaving it to the final day. Incredible from start to finish.
Faultless. completely and utterly faultless, and all that's in their way now is the invincible campaign. No one has been able to stop them, and they themselves have never let up. It's been a relentless pursuit of the crown, and they sit on the throne once more. The Tigers, who showed their teeth all season, adorned at the top of the table, back in the Royal Palace. 8 clear with 2 to go. Nobody can catch them. And Fitzroy, for the 12th time, find themselves top of the tree, find themselves as champions of the land. The crown is restored to those in Canary. As Northern Phoenix look towards their future, they look towards a push to climb closer and climb themselves towards safety. It is Fitzroy who secure yet another title in the most regal of ways. 13 unlucky for some, not unlucky for the Tigers as they take number 12. Full time in Darebin. Fitzroy, your champions, as they beat Northern Phoenix 13-2.